was talking with most people. I'll just come right out and admit it. I'm the guy who crashed out this morning and missed my appointment with Ruben. There's no getting around that. I didn't. When I went to sleep, at that point it was like I was super crashy. I didn't even remember that I had the appointment, even though I had remembered that I had the appointment like 15 minutes before I went to sleep or something. Anyway, I'm not expecting that this stream will, like do anything, so to speak. Hi, Acacia. Hi, Winston's mom. I'm just looking to express myself. Why? You might well ask. The answer is because I'm in that spot, in the middle ground. No, I did not reach him. I missed my appointment with him. I did not wake up until a little while ago. And I haven't even attempted to let him know I'm sorry, I missed the appointment and whatever. I just figured, well, maybe I'll live stream and I'll see him there. I can say, my bad, I'm sorry. It's not that I tried to miss our appointment. Said I'm completely unreliable and irresponsible. Hi, show media. I'm watching the SC game in the background here, which is nice. I did sleep well during the time that I slept last night. I didn't sleep for as long as I needed to, really. Oh, nice play. Come on. You got it. Oh, good job. 6-2 USC. We're ahead over number 5 in the country, Purdue. And obviously, we're big underdogs here in this one. But at 14-3, the USC men's team is actually a bright spot for the school this year, as the women's team has hit the skids. I can only just hope that we make the tournament even, the women's team. The men's team, I think, has got a decent shot at making the tournament. Hi, G. I'm considering a possibility that may fill your heart and your mind with amazement. Oh, Purdue hit a three-pointer. It's now 6-5 SC. What is the things I might do that could fill your heart and your mind with amazement? Well, I might, just maybe, if all the stars align, I might eat some mushrooms. It's possible. Ooh, oh. Still 6-5 to SC. Purdue forced a bad shot and got the rebound. Now they're trying to work their offense. And they toss up a three-pointer that's good. We're now down 8-6. So if this was my jet, was your jet? Are you talking about JETS, jets? So, here I am kind of in In the aftermath of a big amphetamine binge that feels like it has been going on for a week because it has. Well, I got amphetamines last Friday, not yesterday, but the Friday before, and all of my consciousness, regularity, organization, whatever, well, it just went right all out the window. I'm your favorite gay YouTuber? Wow, pretty cool. It's like, I'm so cool that I can be the best gay YouTuber even as a straight man, which I think says a lot, you know. It says, I've really got a finger on the pulse of America and the world. Make some, you get some zinc and magnesium. Make hello, homie. Put my glasses on so you can see this a little bit better. You got a timeout, it appears in the game. Ronald, hello. That's what your name is. I don't want to freak you out, but you might be going bald. Well, that doesn't really surprise me or freak me out because I started going bald a long time ago. But this part of my head's not going bald. Isn't it weird how you go bald on top of your head, but you don't go bald on your face? Why not? If I'm gonna be, if my hair's gonna fall out here, shouldn't it fall out everywhere? Ganja is easier on the body than what? Plutonium? You're right. Cajun watermelon dip with your fried shrimp. Sounds disgusting. Watermelon dip? Oh, it's redistributing in my face, huh? Well, I guess the advantage is that even if my top of my head gets cold in snowy weathers, my cheeks and chin and upper lip will be slightly warmer than that. So, Happy Naruto says, Walter White. I'm no Walter White because I am not capable of doing any chemistry, nor do I want to learn or try. I'm here now to deal with it. What? Do you want me to be in disguise like Gary my whole life? You mean Gregory? Gary might also be in disguise, but I'm not familiar with his reasoning for being in disguise. Chad Baker Mazzara is doing a pretty good job this year for SC. He's sixth in the Big Ten in points per game, second in free throw percentage. It's pretty good. And, yes, Purdue is number 5 in the country, and it's obviously a stiff test for the SC men's team. But it's also the case that Purdue seems to bust out of the tournament fairly early every year. I think they have it's generally the case that Purdue's a little overrated. Chill, Unc. Okay, I'll chill. Sorry for spazzing out like that on you. My brain simply refuses to remember that it's actually Gregory. Well, that's fine. Maybe Gregory's nickname is Gary. Maybe Gary it is and has always been short for Gregory. Oh, nice. What happened? Why didn't that count? Why did they call foul? Gary, Indiana. Gary, Indiana is the man after whom they named the state of Indiana. It's also the guy after whom SpongeBob named his snail. Good rebound. As he has the ball, it's a tie game. We're looking like we're giving it our all. There's a lot of good rebound. Shoot that, Coffee. Good job. Now it is 11-8 in favor of USC after Kofi hit that three-pointer. What is your top? Who is your top NBA prospect and why? I just don't follow the totality of college basketball enough to be able to say. I could tell you who the best future player in the WNBA is currently in college. And that's Juju Watkins, but she's injured, so she's not playing this year, unfortunately. But she's a beast. She is the best player in college women's basketball. Is Magic Johnson still alive? Yes, he is. He he was just the what's it called? The guy who's in charge of the parade, sort of. He rides around in the Rose Parade float, which is a car, and waves at people. He was actually the whatever that's called for the Rose Parade this year. But you couldn't really see him because it was raining, so he had the top up on the convertible. Just like the Coronas, Audi crooks. Okay, you're a sports fan. Give me from a far objective opinion on Jackson Dart, please. Well, Jackson Dart, I think, is actually a pretty damn good quarterback. Excellent, even. Um, and I'm more familiar with Jackson Dart than I might otherwise be because he was briefly one of USC's quarterbacks. Now I believe he plays for the New York Giants. The thing is, Jackson Dart puts his body on the line all the time. He's gonna be injured all the time if he doesn't stop going 100% all the time. Yes, Magic Johnson does own part of the Dodgers. He's kind of like the face of the ownership group. Magic Johnson seems to have really grown into his ambassador of Los Angeles role. Dennis Rodman loved Kim. Oh, I forgot about that football game. Is it still on that one? I guess so. I think I'll bring up another tab here and put that game on and do a split tab. So I'm assuming Denver was favored in this. They were the team that got the first round bye. But I think we all figured Buffalo had a decent chance in this game. And it is the case that Josh Allen is a quarterback you'd like to have in a pinch, even if you did just fumble. He seems to be unusually good at kind of putting the team on his back, you know. Jackson Dart going to listen to John Harbaugh now, but waiting for an offensive coordinator. Kim Jong Un loves this stuff. They slurp him so much, it's sickening. Who, Josh Allen? Well, I haven't been watching the football game, so I don't know what they've been saying, but I do think he's a good quarterback. He seems to be a very good. It's like you could say he's a good running quarterback for a pocket passer, and generally, it seems like a quarterback will that runs well will end up having their identity involve them running a little bit too much. Josh Allen seems to make good decisions about when to pull the ball down and run with it. But they're down by 10, and it looks like the Broncos are going to be kicking a field goal here, or are they going for it? Well, they're going for it, 4th and 4. I think this is so dumb. Why? Why don't people kick field goals anymore? I guess they are going to kick it. They're trying to draw them off sides. Does that ever work? Just stop with the trying to draw people off sides shit. Just hike the ball. This is up 22-8. That's pleasantly surprising. After Iran comes Korea and China. Uh, okay. So Denver is kicking the field goal, and it is good. So now Denver's up by 13 points, and Buffalo will get the ball back. There is still plenty of time for Buffalo to make a comeback. It's just not that deep into the third quarter. Bimzelks. Clear skin with Bimzelks. Thoughts of starting a nuclear war may occur. That'd be a good side effect for a drug to have. May cause inflammation, nausea, diarrhea, constipation, and irrepressible desire to start a nuclear war. Honey, are you okay? Yeah, I just want to really start a nuclear war. Okay, you need to stop taking that medicine. You're sweating bullets? Your social anxiety is creeping? Are you sure that's not, you're sweating out residual alcohol from your system? I know that when I used to drink, I'd be very sweaty the day after. I feel like a big bag of poo. Yeah, can I get one of your largest bags of poo, please? So you want the 500-pound bag? Oh, you got a bag that big, huh? Well, let me just get a 100-pound bag of poo. Does it matter what kind of poo? No, any kind is fine. All right, SC, up 22-8, halfway through the first half. Looking pretty good. This would be a big win. If we could beat Purdue, we would be ranked, I'm sure. At 14-3, we're not ranked right now, but we're on the cusp. Oh. Oh. Don't let them get the rebound. They don't deserve the rebound. All right. Well, the football game's back, and the Bills have received the kickoff. They got it to about the 25-yard line. Well, thanks, WDD the Draftsman 867. Thank you very much. Is it Gorhaba time already? I'd be nervous for that too. Gorhaba. Gorhaba is the ancient Indian celebration of fertility, curry, and swimming in the river you drink. It's an intense, stressful time for all people in India. All around the country, people are gathering together. There are piles of different colored dust, putting them in bags, getting ready for the big festivities. Can I get some curried yogurt, please? Like some curried yogurt and can you make some bread but don't put any yeast in it? All right, cool. I'd like some yogurt, please. Curry, no sugar. And and hold on a second. What's over this bread? Did you put yeast in this bread? I told you I don't want any goddamn yeast in my bread. Yeast isn't even vegan. Why? Because yeasts are little mammals. Eating something with yeast in it is the same as eating a pig, namely pork. Hardtack curry. That's what they serve on the Indian sailing vessels. Back when the Indian Navy was so big and powerful that it rivaled the Navy of Mexico. You might say, India doesn't need a navy. Their country doesn't even touch any oceans. Wrong. There are large bodies of water around India. And how is India ever going to blockade Pakistan's many, many port cities if they don't have a powerful navy? By making the Bangladeshis do it at a reduced wage? No, you haven't learned anything from history, You haven't learned anything about the importance of letting Bangladeshis out of their sweatshop. At least you responded, mother dear. And hello, my love. Hello, hello, hello. Is there anybody in there? Rachel in the bathroom? I need to go to the bathroom, but I guess I'll wait for her to get out because I'd rather wait for her to get out than use a different bathroom than my preferred bathroom. Oh, nice catch. Way to hold on to that. That tight end just got, I think it was a tight end anyway, just got laid out by the Denver, probably linebacker, maybe safety. I guess it's safety probably. It's a nice clean hit too. but put him on his back, but he held on. I'm quite confident that if that had been me, I would have dropped the pass when he laid that hit on me. But I've never been known for my good hands, per se. Good run. Well, the Bills aren't rolling over and dying, that's for sure. Yes, I am rooting for the Bills. I've liked the Bills for a long time. Pretty much ever since they lost those 4 Super Bowls in a row with Jim Kelly. That's the kind of like, oh, brutal. It makes you just be like, all right, Bills, I'm siding with you now. you know, I can't imagine how horrible that must have been as a Bills fan if you lived through that. Watching a team make the Super Bowl 4 years in a row and lose all 4 of them. If that were me, if I had been a Bills fan at the time, I would have just been like, oh, come on. Just let us win one time. But no, the football gods did not let them win one time. Baldy over there. What's it like to have no hair? Is it hot or is it cold? I don't care because I'm not bald. Well, bald doesn't rhyme with cold, though, is the problem. I don't know what it's like to be bald either because I just don't pay attention to the top of my head. None have suffered like Jets fans. Well, touchdown Bills. Well, I mean, the thing is, Jets fans, at least the team never gets their hopes up, right? Like, it's never the case that Jets come out of the gate hot, winning their first 6, and everyone's like, oh, maybe this is our year. No, by week 3, the Jets season is over every single year. All right, Bills, kick your extra point. That is good. And we are now looking at a 6-point game. 23 Denver, 17 Buffalo. In the basketball game, SC is at 22-16 right now. Was once a fairly sizable lead, has shrunk to 6. Attempting a 3-point shot, missing it. Getting the rebound, though. Good job, SC. Way to rebound. If we're going to have a chance to beat Purdue, we're going to have to do a good job on the boards, I think. Nice. Good job. We got this super tall guy who's kind of a little bit like not the most, I guess, athletically inclined big man. He's got a little bit of that. Sometimes turn the ball over, kind of not great hands, but he is very tall. None have suffered like Jets fans, except for Jesus, Dr. Red Taco. Not about that. He suffered. Why? Because they nailed him up to a stick. Right through, just straight through his hands and feet. So naturally, he was like, ow, that hurts. Oh, okay. I guess they touched it. It's our ball. You must not be familiar with Knicks fans. Yeah, well, I think Knicks fans must be a little demoralized by their team's performance as well. But what could easily be said to be as frustrating, maybe even more, would be being a Mets fan. Because the Mets, they actually have an owner who's perfectly happy to spend shit tons of money. Which is like, okay, oh, my team's got a billionaire owner who doesn't care about money and will throw whatever money at whoever player he wants. Oh, wonderful news for my team. Not if you got the Mets owner, because he's so terrible at figuring out how to maximize results from his investment. Like he should never have given Juan Soto that much money. He's not that good. He'd be better off to give like somewhat big contracts for the quality of player to a bunch of B plus players rather than trying to throw $1 billion at an A minus. See what's going on here. Can you just hang out with someone who believes you shouldn't exist? Adult men don't have friends. As long as they don't hate your race, it should be easy. You must not be familiar with Knicks fans. Where did you get the idea that real men don't have friends or buddies or wingmen or people like that? They do if you're close to siblings in one day or have day one sandboxers. I'm sad you don't know that. Well, one comes from my experiences now. I also feel there's a significant tapering off of friendship in men as they get older, easily tapering to zero. Jesus was persecuted. Jets have done it to themselves. New coaches and top drafts just add to their misery. But I mean, it's also some bad luck too, right? Like you get Aaron Rodgers, and he he has a season-ending injury like 15 seconds into the season. That's not the Jets' fault. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Wow, Buffalo just picked off one of the Buffalo defensive linemen just picked off the Denver quarterback, whose name I can't remember. He's a young quarterback, maybe a rookie or sophomore season or something like that. What is his name? What's Denver's quarterback's name? I generally agree with you with what's being said here about men as they get older, their friendships. Where did Joe go when he got caught in the minefield? Everywhere. Pretty good joke. Watch out for the cat box. I I will, but it's not threatening me at the moment. There was a time in the 2000s where everything was said to be ironic. In orangutan, something happens when they mature, they become solitary, but some people develop like this. Possibly. I'm not necessarily actually. Bo Nix. Thank you, Dr. Red Taco. I knew it was like a three-letter name, but I couldn't remember what it was. I think I should have too because I had him as one of my two quarterbacks on one of my fantasy football teams this year. So, what was I talking about? Dry Januaries of the devil. Denver just picked off Josh Allen? You mean after Bo Nix got picked off? When I wasn't looking, I guess? It only makes sense that the men you know are the social kind. Who, me? Or anybody? The thing is, I'm still fairly social. I do like to engage with people fairly regularly. But it's also the case that like I'm a little more fussy than I used to be. So you know, I want to hang out for some stretch of time and then I want to have be burdened with fewer expectations and or yeah, you know. Rachel did not get any margarita. She had coffee at dinner last night. She did get lobster. She drank a weed drink, so she's kind of faded, but she decided not to go for alcohol. I I think I did suggest at some point. I was like, yeah, you could get a real cocktail if you wanted to. But she didn't want. She didn't even want a mocktail. She just got coffee, which helped keep the price down. It's nice. I was pleasantly surprised when I saw that the whole dinner before tip came out to with tax, but before tip came out to $109, which is not bad for. I got filet mignon and she got lobster. What is your message for young people in the world today? Grow up, you young people. What's wrong with you? All young and small. That's my message to young people. I mean, I don't really have any general message to any group of people. To the extent that I could share wisdom that allows me to differentiate from how I was before to how I am now, such that how I am now is better than how I was before. Well, there's a decent chance that the kind of mistakes I'm prone to, or was prone to, and maybe still am prone to, are not the same kind of mistakes you're prone to. So, like, if I was somebody who was really into rock climbing, and at some point I injured myself rock climbing when I was young, I might say, be very careful. Don't do risky stuff that you could injure yourself. That wasn't my tendency to towards failure. It was not that kind of thing. It was more like not not being considerate enough, compassionate enough, and or having no self-discipline, which remains a problem of mine. Also, I'd say things like try to have good dental hygiene so you don't have to have all of your teeth pulled out and get a denture temporarily, etc. I'd also indicate good advice for young people: don't get addicted to opiates or opioids. It's also good not to become an alcoholic, but at least that probably takes longer than getting addicted to opiates and opioids. I read today that New York City is likely facing a $7 billion deficit even before the new mayor goes through that tax taxpayer-funded kitties. Well, there was kind of a famous moment in New York City municipal finances sometime in the 70s. New York City had gotten in the habit of every day going and getting like low to no interest loans from these banks they had these arrangements with. At a certain point, the banks are like, you're never going to be able to pay this back, and we're not giving you any more of these like gap closing loans and stuff. Do what makes you feel good and own the results. It's not bad advice, but the problem is with that expression, feel good. Like, do you mean feel good in the moment or feel proud of yourself overall are kind of different things, and they tend to run directly afoul of each other. Like yesterday, I did what felt good. Took a bunch of Adderall, went to the casino, stayed up all night, and then when I crashed out this morning, it made me miss my appointment with Ruben because I was just too crashed out. With all the rich people in New York will become like Escape from New York when New York becomes a huge prison instead of being the New York you might be familiar with. You know what I'm looking forward to? I'm looking forward to when New York replaces their existing current subways with subways they reclaimed from the 1980s that are all covered with graffiti. I'll give you some advice. Appreciate the moment because time passes by so fast. If you're like, well, I'm complaining because this problem, that problem. Well, you know what your problem really is? You're not here now, okay? You're somewhere else. A guy cut me off while driving today and his bumper sticker says, take it easy. Well, maybe that doesn't count on Saturdays. All right, SC is now down by 3 points as Purdue is stormed all the way back, take a 35-32 lead. I guess the best, most universalizable advice is understand where your strengths and deficits lie and accept the reality that if you're expecting to change and make it such your deficits are no longer deficits, you will be forever doomed to frustration and failure. It's also the case that some of your deficit areas you can treat them as, I mean, they can cause more or less problems for you. But one of the problems that deficit areas causes is that we all tend to internalize norms we're supposed to uphold that represent every person's strength and no person's weakness. At least it wasn't Calvin peeing on the Ford logo. Some of the rich are leaving California and taking their wealth to New York? Criticism kills love. If I may suggest the wide word, that's good advice too. Criticism kills love. If you love somebody for who they are, you're not going to criticize them for failing to be exactly as you expect or something. You're right, Putty Cat. The best way to grow tax revenue is to have a robust, booming economy. And the best way to avoid having a robust, booming economy is to burden the populace with taxes. And indeed, the single craziest political phenomenon that I've encountered in my life, as sort of a general thing, is people who advocate in favor of raising taxes without first wanting to spend the money on something specific. Shma. Shaking my head. Selective. Passively selective, which is like, especially given the comment, no worries, I gotta be. What are you talking about? I don't even know what we're talking about. What's passively selective? I'm confused. Won't somebody please think of the children? Closest is probably Mad Max. That wasn't in California. That was in Australia. There's one movie from the 80s. I think it has John Ritter in it, maybe. It's a kind of a post apocalyptic movie in LA where there's no more gasoline. The only thing I really remember about the movie is it's starting off with everybody roller skating, riding bikes, and walking down the freeway. I'm referring to my comment about taxes. Well, I mean, yeah, like I'm saying, back when I debated in high school, if you had an advocacy and a plan, you needed a funding plank. So it was conceivable that somebody might say, well, we think we should do this. We think it's worthwhile enough that we want to fund it by raising taxes. Nobody ever actually had that funding plank, though, because it's so easy to negate tax increases as a good way to pay for something. But so it makes sense if you're advocating in favor of a tax hike because you need that additional revenue to pay for this plan of yours. To have the entire plan be raise taxes, that is just completely insane. As though somehow raising taxes was inherently a good thing. Like, on some level, it might be lamentable that there's such a huge gap between the richest people and your average people slash poor people or whatever. That might be lamentable, I guess, but um, it's not actually a problem. Like you're not solving any problem at all when if you somehow seize all the money of a billionaire. You're not solving any problem. You're just making sure that that guy now has a big problem. Yeah, I'm not against taxes too, either. It ain't got no gas in it. Oh, so no, not Sling Blade. It was from the 80s. I don't know. It's a movie about Los Angeles after all the gas is gone. Yeah, so yeah, and I generally agree with Putty Cat. And yes, I'm not against taxes. And yes, it is the case that the existing tax code, is an incredibly inefficient, wasteful, and expensive way to generate tax revenue. It's also the case that Social Security is a terrible program. But most importantly, what I'm saying is I'm not opposed to people wanting to have the federal government spend money on some things. And I'm not opposed to the federal government having resources to spend on things. I don't think taxation is theft, as they say. Mostly it's not. Uh, but I do think that in a sane world, if let's say you get a loan from the bank, right? Um, you don't get a loan from the bank and then afterwards determine if you need or how you're going to spend the money. It doesn't make any sense at all. Same thing with raising taxes without an articulated plan of how to use the money. Is rent control a bad idea? Yes. What about minimum wage? Minimum wage is, as far as like regulatory interference in markets, is not particularly a big deal because more or less, if you can't afford to hire somebody for minimum wage, you can't afford to hire somebody at all. So even if we were to get rid of minimum wage, I don't think the lowest wage that people get paid would drop very much. It wouldn't make much of a difference. It is true in theory what Puttycat says. It drives up costs, inflation, and drives jobs out of the U.S. But but as far as like harms done by attempting to centrally set prices like some sort of communist country, it's least negatively impactful in that expression compared against others. Like, for example, the burdens that the ACA places upon businesses who hire people and have employees is much, much worse than the minimum wage because the minimum wage doesn't really um, force you to change how you do business, change how you engage with employees or whatever. It just, it may increase prices a little bit. It's almost like a redistribution thing, the way it works. Because if everybody who works in fast food has to earn $20 an hour, and everybody who goes and buys fast food has to pay more for it in order to make the business model still work. It's basically like subsidizing low wage earners with by increasing consumer costs. Bottom line is, I don't have a big problem with minimum wage. I've never seen anybody adequately demonstrate argumentationally that the the theoretical harms of trying to do price controls of any kind, which of course minimum wage is a price control. The theoretical harms of price controls that I've never seen anybody really demonstrate to me that they actually play out that way when it comes to minimum wage. So, it's like food stamps. If you're gonna change things that don't make sense and overall are going to be probably at best a wash in terms of impacts. Put minimum wage and food stamps at the bottom of the list of things to deal with, the very bottom, because like at least food stamps doesn't. Yes, it's means tested, but that's not good. But it doesn't give in kind benefits, so it doesn't negatively affect private markets. Like one of the ways you could reframe minimum wage is: do we want a higher percentage of people who are employed to be earning a comfortable amount of money with a larger percentage of people unemployed, or do we want a larger percentage of people who are employed, you know, earning only enough for a bad standard of living, but fewer people unemployed? That's what it breaks down to, kind of. But it is strange when you hear people talk about things the way that a fair number of people just genuinely don't seem to get that the way that businesses work. Like, well, it's only fair that if you have a job, your business gives you health insurance and dental insurance and blah, blah, blah. Like, those kind of matters can be decided by determining whether somebody's deserving of something. Like, last night we were in town, we were waiting for the restaurant to open. So Rachel's like, oh, can we go to this jewelry store? Maybe wanted to get a ring or something. I said, okay, yeah, let's go over there. It's your birthday after all. But they were having a private event in the jewelry store. It seemed to have like 6 or 7 people in there or something. I don't know what was going on. Afterwards, we talked to Rachel's aunt on the phone, and her aunt said something like, "Oh, private event. That should have been you, Rachel. Like it's your birthday. You should have a private event or something like that." And it kind of made Rachel feel troubled. She didn't really like that because then it made her think, "Well, should I have that?" Uh, I was just like, "Look, if such matters were decided on who deserves it, well, then of course you have all the fanciest presents in Europe, and butlers and maids and a mansion and a party with caviar and all that stuff. But that's not how things like that get decided. So, you know, if you're the incredibly coddled daughter of some billionaire, you might throw a tantrum that your insanely luxurious Sweet 16 party is not more luxurious. That person doesn't deserve all those things, but they get it anyway. Similarly, with businesses, they might really value their employees and think that, wow, these employees deserve more than we're paying them and more benefits and all that kind of stuff. But if they're not sustaining profit, doing well as a business, nobody has any job or gets any money or benefits because there's not the engine, the economic engine to support that. Well, the Bills have taken the lead again. Bo Nix drops back. The pass is deflected to the line of scrimmage. That's going to be incomplete and bring up a 4th and 7. It would appear that the Denver Broncos are going to have to punt. What is central planning? Well, central planning is the idea that rather than the, the idea of a free individualist Western society is that a given person's life and community is best served by localizing decision making. That society as a whole is best served when the most decision making power is at the individual level or family level, and the least decision making power is at the top level, the federal level. The idea of central planning is that some centrally located group of purported experts can make decisions about what's best for those people way over there. Um, they can make better decisions than those people make for themselves because, well, the because is who knows why they think that that's the case, but it's essentially a an affirmation of communitarianism in some form, that the group and those representing the interests of the group, that everyone's best served if they tell individuals what they have to do, because then presumably, I guess, individuals will have to do what's in the interest of the group. In reality, it doesn't work like that at all. In fact, if you want the group to benefit as much as possible, you need the individual to be empowered to thrive as much as possible. And when you take away an individual's agency and you take away the legitimate and justly earned rewards for his efforts and work and accomplishments, and you take away his ability to um, effectively adapt to changing realities in the moment by steering his own ship, then instead of him serving the group more, he just it becomes a, a shadow of his former self, no longer empowered, no longer authentically motivated, no longer justly in, incurring outcomes, good and bad, in proportion to his skills, talents, efforts, whatever. Instead, you disempower the person, remove their agency, and they don't then redirect all those efforts to being just as hardworking and beneficial for others directly as they were when captaining the ship of their own lives. Instead, they just become ineffective. It's like when I was in China, I was hired to put together a debate tournament at this boarding school in Wuxi, and I, of course, knew what I was doing because I had put together many debate tournaments before. But instead of being able to simply do my job and make everything go as it's supposed to, I had this endless succession of holding patterns I had to be in because I they nobody would actually implement anything I was saying to do until everything had been approved by somebody above us. Did it make for a better debate tournament, a more well-run debate tournament? No, it made for some compromise soup. Like, it's not a better tournament when some boss guy who doesn't know anything about debate or debate tournaments has the power to say, you know what, let's have some bilingual stuff. Let's have an event where part of it's done in Chinese and part of it's done in English. And then, that'll be its own event. So it's like bilingual debate or something, but not real debate format. It's kind of like an abbreviated display of it or whatever. That all may all sound well and good, but if you know how to put together debate tournaments and understand what goes into running them, the first question that pops in your mind is, what's our judging pool going to look like? We need everybody in the judging pool that's going to be judging this event to uh, speak both English and Chinese well enough to judge a round in which both languages are spoken. And knowing how debate tournaments run and stuff, I thought, well, we also need all judges to be clean in every room and every round. Which is to say, if I've judged you before, I am not allowed to judge you again. If you've only got like 5 people who speak English and Chinese well enough to potentially judge a round, and they're all lay people, none of them know anything about debate, uh, you're going to get nothing but dirty judges. It's like in one round, if you have let's say you have a panel or something. I have a panel of 3 judges in a round, then all 3 of those judges are dirty for the people they judged. There's only 5 people, then that exhausts your judge pool right there. Of course, the other thing is, I wasn't even talking to the guy directly. There was somebody in between me and him who was shuttling my stuff to him, getting it back from him, and shuttling it back to me. Oh, he's in Hong Kong right now. We can't bother Dr. Lin or whatever his name is. Okay, and you know what would be great is if you don't make the janitor get approval to clean the toilet from an administrator. Instead, let him do his job at his own discretion. He knows what he's doing with his job way better than somebody whose job has nothing to do with what he's doing. But that's central planning, communitarianism at its stupidest. The whole country had been trained into a state of never do anything with any initiative, you might get in trouble. The only way you can be confident that you're not going to get in trouble for doing something is if you've got formal approval of somebody who's important enough. So, was that a good thing? No. Central planning is always positioned as, look, the group will make decisions. That'll prevent you from being so selfish. So it's never the group that makes decisions. It's just some guy who should have control over his own life now has control over yours too. And the fact that he wants this job means he probably is very poorly suited to have control over you. Is that a fumble? No, Bill's ball. It's like it's kind of the case that all communitarianism is an expression of the same kind of reification fallacy. The group doesn't have representatives who represent the group's interests. It's got individuals who represent some perspectives, right? One of the reasons we should all agree that we don't want to empower the government too much is because we can all be assured that no matter how much we like this guy and what he's doing right now, soon enough, somebody we don't like will be taking the reins of that same power. So we should always think about government in terms of how much should somebody whose politics we hate be able to do? You donated £2 to me 3 years ago? Well, thanks. I'm still holding on to that. One of these days I'm going to spend it. I just have to wait till I'm in England. 2026, I hope someone please touch the red button. It's all over. The red button, huh? Is that is that what you call the head of your penis? Our public schools are essentially central planning and its failure. Well, I would not say they're essentially central planning. Um, I think there are plenty of examples of schools where curriculum is largely decided by classroom teachers. I mean, in practice, it's very much going to be like that because in the day to day operation of a classroom, nobody is like policing the teacher to make sure they're doing the other thing. Teachers only get policed if there's a problem big enough that administrators have to police it, you know? People that get position of power sucked their way there. By which you mean, like, you suck at bowling, or by which you mean they they slept their way to the top. I was watching it, but then it was halftime. Oh, maybe I'll put it back on. Oh, it's on Peacock, right? No point looking there. It's on Peacock. Oh, it is on here. I guess. Wait, it's on NBC Sports Network too. I didn't even need to have Peacock, but it's also possible that um, Peacock, like HBO Max, integrates into YouTube TV. I'm not sure. If it's visible for people who don't have Peacock to watch on the NBC Sports Network, then if they're going to show Peacock stuff on there, then why do I even have Peacock at all? The only reason I have Peacock is because Peacock was smart enough to make some kind of deal with USC and UCLA. I don't really care about the UCLA games, but they'll have like the super important matchup between USC and someone on Peacock. So I went ahead and got it because I really want to see a couple of games one weekend and figured, well, it's like $8 a month to pay for a month of it. But you know what I'm saying about Peacock? Get out of here, Peacock. You're like, whatever. Usually, when school districts pay incentives, teachers teach to test standards and students lose quality of education. I mean, I think the best way to improve education is instead of paying incentives, just make teachers be transparent about everything. And this is good for students too. Every student's, every teacher's, every assignment, all the scores, the specifics of what the assignment was, what we were supposed to test, should all be public. Like scores should be posted in hallways, and there should be some tests that all the given teachers who are teaching a certain grade at in that subject, all their kids should take the same test so that at least over time you can build up a sense of which teachers are more effective in a meaningful, testable way. The best form of education is competition flow debate because that puts both the kids and the teacher hangs them out to dry. Like if you are if you have not taught your kids anything, they're not prepared for the debate round. Good job, Buffalo. And uh, it will be abundantly obvious to them, their opponents, the judge, and everybody watching that the teacher, the coach, utterly failed. And they'll have in right next to them the example of what it looks like when the teacher does a good job. Now, sure, it is the case that sometimes it might appear like that when really one of the kids is brand new. It's their first tournament ever, and they came in late into the prep or something. And then in that case, not really. The teacher felt just part of the growth process. But but that's the beautiful thing about debate is if you're a shitty teacher or you're not actually you don't actually know debate, then you will utterly fail. And everybody will be able to, with at a maximum amount of time of 2 tournaments, will be able to say, evaluate how the coach is doing, how the kid's doing, etc. So, like, let's say I've got a team with 10 public forum teams on it, and we're just starting brand new. This is the first year of the program, first tournament. Sure, in that first tournament, we're unlikely to get anybody win the tournament. None of them have enough round experience, etc. But if the coach is good, they will have at least some of their pro form teams win some rounds. And then you go one more tournament, you'll see all of those teams do better, win more rounds, get better speaker points, whatever, with rare exceptions. And and you'll probably get some hardware, a good trophy or two or something. Everybody can evaluate it, and you know everybody's accountable. And it's a great accountability mechanism for the kids because if those 2 kids keep fucking around and they're not doing any work that I need them to do to win, or even paying attention enough to sort of learn auditorily if they or lacking the capacity, so well, they're gonna have to go compete in front of judge, parents, their opponents. Maybe like there's a pretty girl on the other team that they don't want to look bad in front of, and they're gonna have to just reveal how utterly unprepared they are, and they're gonna get their ass kicked, and it'll be humiliating and all that stuff, and it'll be the entirely natural consequence of their own bad behavior, unless, for example, it would be a topic where I did a poor job of doing my work, but that wasn't the case. I was very competitive. Winston's mom says, no, Sage, what's your take on Jay Dyer and the tag argument? I don't know how he specifically formulates it, but presuppositionalism is the Van Tillian sense is right. In the Van Tillian sense is right. Presuppositionalism. So, a method of Christian apologetics starting with the conviction that the Bible's truth must be presupposed as the necessary foundation for all knowledge and reason, arguing there's no neutral ground for debating God, rather showing how unbelievers' own logic and experience only make sense within a Christian worldview, exposing contradictions and opposing views. It contrasts with classical apologetics by rejecting appeals to neutral facts, asserting that sin distorts reason, and using transcendental arguments, quote unquote, to demonstrate that Christian God is the only possible ground for intelligible reality. Core tenets: no neutral ground. All humans operate from foundational assumptions. There's no objective, God free starting point for reasoning. I mean, the starting point for reasoning would be the beginning of the argument chain. That's the starting point for reasoning. This is such garbage, right? Sin's distortion. Unbelievers suppress knowledge of God, distorting their reason, making them resistant to purely rational arguments. Except I'm not an unbeliever. And that's not an argument in favor of God's existence or against anything. That's just special pleading. If you don't agree that I'm being rational, it's because your failure to believe in God has made you irrational. It's insane, right? The goal is to show the impossibility of the contrary. Proving Christianity is true because it's a necessary condition for any meaningful thought or experience. Except it's not a necessary condition for any meaningful thought or experience. Atheists have thoughts and experiences all the time. And just because those thoughts and experiences don't link to God does not mean they have no meaning. Apologetics exposes the internal inconsistencies within an unbeliever's worldview, showing it relies on Christian presuppositions to function. Except I'm not an unbeliever, and also I say this argument is bullshit. This is a terrible argument. So really, the reason I couldn't get any actual warrants from the guy is because it doesn't have any. I'm Christian, but that doesn't mean I have to. It doesn't mean I can no longer evaluate arguments for legitimacy, which is the only conceivable way I could be impressed with that horrible argument. A purely materialistic world has no grounding for real reasoning. Who said that human reality can't have both material and immaterial aspects? That does not necessitate God. In a universe where we don't know how humans came about, in other words, we have no answers for cosmological questions, reasoning expresses exactly the same as in a world where we do have an answer, and it's God, okay? So, for example, and this why is this telling? We can come up with examples of stuff that actually supervenes on other stuff. So it is the case that I can't be an adult without first being a child, okay? In that case, if I were to say he must have been a child because he's an adult now, you can't become an adult without going through childhood. So childhood actually supervenes adulthood actually supervenes on childhood. That's a real relationship there. It's a definitional relationship as well as a um, empirical observation, right? If we were to say, because oranges are the healthiest fruit, we should all eat more of them. That presupposes that oranges are the healthiest fruit is not in dispute, that it's been established that it's true. So the claim that because oranges are the healthiest fruit, we should eat more of them, that actually presupposes something. And we can articulate what it is, whereby if that were not the case, this couldn't happen and be, meaningful, right? In no way, shape, or form do we have to presuppose anything about the universe to do reasoning. So, in fact, reasoning allows us to hypothetically present universes that don't exist and evaluate how things would be different if a given mechanical element changed. Like, it's also the case that just because there are necessary but insufficient conditions for something to occur does not mean that we presuppose all of those before we start reasoning. A discursive event is something that people draw boundaries around. It has a specific duration, and people get to establish the rules for that discursive event independent of how people normally talk or different times and places. So to say that being able to do that presupposes God, or that like any kind of abstraction, reasoning, um, making claims, defending claims, etc., that presupposes God is no different from saying everything presupposes God. There's literally no warrant for it. We know that it's not necessary to have God in order to do moral reasoning because we can come up with examples of God-based moral explication versus moral explication that does not make any appeals to God. So, like, if you want to say you are being wicked by not honoring your mother and father because the Bible says so, that claim necessarily presupposes that God exists and the Bible is correct if you're going to take the conclusion seriously. So note this is very important, right? It's easy to see that reasoning does not, in general, presuppose God, or that God must exist before you can do reasoning in general, because we can point to examples of reasoning where you do need to have God. Claims that are based on the Ten Commandments or whatever else. And it's kind of like saying all bathrooms are men's rooms because without men there wouldn't be bathrooms or something. And all I need to do to point out that it's not the case that all bathrooms are men's rooms is to point to examples of women's bathrooms. Similarly, the way we know that you don't have to presuppose God to do any kind of moral reasoning or any kind of reasoning is because we can point to examples where you do need to. So it's clear that's that quality that we're looking for. And then you can point to examples that don't have that quality. I mean, I get it that people who are obsessed with this idea that they can justify rationally their religious beliefs, they would like very much to have some sort of genuine explanation that says the reason atheist reasoning doesn't count as reasoning is because they don't believe in God and therefore have lost their ability to reason. Well, no. I mean, talk about begging the question, right? Reasoning is reasoning the same for atheists or Christians. We know that, in fact, it must be possible for atheists to reason correctly as well, because a Christian and atheist might both provide the same rational explanation for something that one might rationally explain. An explanation that almost certainly does not involve God at all, like an explanation for why we don't see very many mosquitoes in the wintertime. They might both agree on that explanation, providing the same reasons in both instances, and accordingly, either both be correct or both be incorrect. And yet, only one of them believes in God. So, we can conclude in no uncertain terms that, in fact, the success of reasoning is not predicated on the belief in God. Now, that person might say, no, it's predicated on the existence of God. But there's absolutely no reason to think so, right? The only reason to think that reasoning itself is predicated on the existence of God is if you try to insist that God must exist by some other reason, right? Like, God must exist because we 6 times a year angels fly down and perform miracles and explain about God and Jesus and stuff. And then once a year, Jesus appears in the sky and explains about how he's our Lord and Savior. And then once every 10 years, God appears in the sky and he'll, throw some lightning bolts down, generally fuck some shit up with his might and etc. And so, therefore, we should believe in God. That's how we know God exists or something. Well, so we can come up with examples of what a reason, an actual reason, a warrant for making a claim would look like. God exists because for example, in the absence of any evidence of evolution, we ought to conclude that the specific advantages and strategies implicit in each species was designed, because if it didn't evolve to fill those niches, then the next most reasonable conclusion to draw is that it was designed to fit those niches. And while I can't prove that God exists, I'm using this argument to establish that designer exists, and therefore I'm just going to say designer is good enough to count as God or something like that. That's not a winning argument, but at least it has a warrant. And the warrant is that because evolution doesn't explain anything, we're forced to retreat. We're forced to give an alt, which we're not. And the most sensible alt is design, which is kind of a nonsensical thing to say because you don't really have a most sensible alt when you don't have an actual explanation for anything in the alt, right? So a first cause argument, at least that has a warrant. It's not a winning argument, but it has a warrant. Its warrant is that everything must have a cause, and the first cause we call God. It obviously doesn't withstand any scrutiny for a second, because if everything must have a cause, then the first cause must also have a cause. So there is no first cause. It goes on forever, backwards. Self-defeating, right? But at least it has a warrant. This thing that reasoning can only exist because if God exists is not warranted by anything. It's just a claim. There's no good, clear, conceivable reason why reasoning would supervene on God or, prove God, whereas, say, a rock wouldn't, or a stomachache wouldn't experience, or something that's not reasoning. So unless somebody making this horrible argument wants to tell me what things don't prove God's existence, like give me a universe, a hypothetical universe in which it's free from things that prove God's existence. And if you say, well, like a rock doesn't prove God's existence, my answer would be, exactly what's the mechanism by which reasoning accomplishes this proof, or this necessitates this reality, but rocks don't? And if you're not saying that rocks don't, you're saying, in fact, that everything can only exist if God, then you've not done any work, right? You've just said God exists. How do you know that? How do you feel that? Because if he didn't, nothing would exist. But, but like, were you able to say, isolate one little portion of the universe, remove God from that portion, and watch as everything disappeared? The idea that you could you could call that an argument even is it's mind-boggling, it's appalling, it's horrible. It's like nobody needs in any way, shape, or form rational justifications for their faith. In no instance is faith in some way better when rationally justified. And for any person of faith who believes they have the objectively winning argument regarding the matter, I mean, they're either not evaluating the arguments honestly, can't evaluate the arguments honestly, or just can't evaluate arguments at all, which is common enough. The thing is, people don't, even like super hardcore Christians, when they're learning about how something works, actually, like, well, here's how people get oxygen into their body successfully by their blood. Oxygen gets absorbed in the bloodstream, moves around to the different parts of the body, etc. No matter how Christian you are, nobody tries to explain how I get oxygen to the various parts of my body by saying God puts it there. So while somebody might say, well, all the mechanisms that couldn't happen if God hadn't created us or something, there's nothing in what we're describing that requires us to reference that at all. To the extent we were to reference that, we'd be making the explanation more wrong. So it's, I mean, like, it's kind of like somebody who's got a goldfish and you go to their house and they're like, hey, I've dotted all my I's, crossed all my T's on this goldfish. Here's my certificate of ownership. And here I've got my permit from the city government for having a goldfish. Here's I've got his birth certificate with his formal name on it. This is a show goldfish. And it turns out that they've just sort of mimicked the appearance of documents by official things and thereby validated their owning the goldfish with all of this validation theater, when obviously you don't need to validate having a goldfish. I didn't come in here wondering if that goldfish is officially approved, and learning that it is does not make me think, wow, you really got a handle on this goldfish thing. It makes me think, you seem to have no idea what it means to own a goldfish. You don't seem to have any concept about how goldfish integrate into your life in the same way. You seem to think that a goldfish is something that you have to fill out paperwork to properly engage with. Obviously, your goldfish owning is no more real, correct, or anything with your your childish imitation of reasoning. And then people come in and they're like insisting that I understand something. No, this paperwork is real and it's powerful. It conveys important things that we all need to know and justifies and validates what I'm doing completely. Even though you don't need to justify having your goldfish to anybody. And I don't care about whatever justifications you do offer for having a goldfish, but don't try to tell me that that's the proper interpretation of the law, right? No, that does not exemplify good reasoning at all. And if in fact somehow reasoning were linked to God, it would be clear that God has said, the more Christian you are, the worse you are at this. I can't believe I'm still arguing about this shit. I have made it very clear everything anybody needs to know about this stupid fucking argument. He wanted me to watch Jake Dyer making it. I looked it up, and it was what that guy was saying. Nothing. Completely unwarranted garbage. Why do I have to always why is the thing I'm trying to move, the thing that's in a wheeled cart that I'm trying to move, always at the bottom of a steep hill? It's like, I look at the situation, oh, I've just got to push this cart with a little bit of weight in it, some small amount of distance. This should be easy. And then, all of a sudden, I find myself on this incredibly steep hill where every inch is torture. And I don't even make any inches. I end up just giving up, letting the cart roll back down to the bottom of the hill and saying, God brought you here just to drive me crazy. somebody here, I don't remember who it was exactly, but I could look, but they supported this stupid fucking argument that dude kept arguing, TAG. And it's like the zombie in space program. Climbing in and out of a tube is not training for space travel. Those calisthenics, well, none of those people doing calisthenics will ever conceivably get into space if this is your space program. I get Christians or atheists being interested in the possible arguments one might make regarding this and so forth, but I mean, I mean, I would get it in some sense if You needed to win the argument in order to keep your thing. But I don't know. I'll never get through to anybody about it. Anybody who thinks whatever they think currently about it and disagrees with me, I will make no progress with them. And I won't make any progress because what they're really attached to is the idea that objectively a rational person says God is a rational determination. They're attached to that idea because they've internalized the ontological assault of CI people that if something's not rational, it doesn't have value. Obviously, God doesn't need to be justified via rational justifications to have value. And and attempting to justify him thus doesn't doesn't make it better in any way, right? It's just how much better is it for a Christian to say, I don't need to justify things. Obviously, nobody's faith in God is predicated on some sort of abstract argumentation. Why they gotta be like, oh, my football is also baseball. Why? Not only is my football team the best at playing football, it's the best at playing every sport. Let us pray. Do mangoes help with your brother sign? You know what? That's it. I'm doing it. I'm sorry. I'm doing it. Oh, it's overtime. This game's really popping off here. Problem is, I've got an excellent SC game in the other tab that I'm more watching than this one. Oh, oh, good. No. Oh, come on, SC. 60 to 60. It's a tie game against the number 5 team in the country. We're doing a great job so far. But Christians get all the best Happy Meal toys. I read recently that mangoes increase a high. It stuck with me, so today I experimented. So she's been spending the entire stream boofing mangoes, just one right after the other. The papaya messiah, the papaya messiah is on a billboard holding a mango with the text saying "Boof mangoes today!" An exclamation point. Guavas. Guavas are the fruit that smell better than any other fruit, but they're not actually very good tasting. Maybe because the way they can sell off all the leftover Christmas candy. I did see at the supermarket just the other day, outside they had in the like on sale price to move section, they had chocolates shaped like Santa. Papaya are good, but only if they are free. Otherwise, by cantaloupe. I think the basic problem with what you said there is the first three words. Papayas are good. Papayas are not good. Okay. No, the papaya messiah is advertising. Yeah, I guess it was mangoes for boofing, but he's an actual proponent of guavas just to make your house smell good and then throw them away and they get little flies. Papaya tastes like butt, dude. Smells like butt and tastes like butt. And not like some, wonderful smelling flower butt, regular butt. It's all mushy and orange. But again, I've done the next best thing. I've tasted papayas. So I know exactly what butt tastes like. It tastes like papayas. Second and 9 now for the Bills here in overtime. Maybe you've only had male papaya. Female papaya is better. The female papaya watches as the male papaya does his making dance. If impressed enough, she will allow the male papaya to come over to her papaya tree and hang out. LGBTQ papaya is better. Oh, you got that song stuck in your head? They get smokes, they get coke. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Cloud Kicker. Thank you for letting me know. That's a sign that maybe it's a good song. Go, Josh Allen, go! He saved the day by getting a first down. Now, even if they do have to punt, the field won't be too short for the Denver Broncos. I mean, let's talk about melons for a second. You've got a plate with orange melon on it and green melon. Which do you eat? Which do you not eat? Do you eat them both? Which do you eat first? Me? I'm, I'm an orange melon guy. I don't like the green melon. Honeydew is the money melon. I don't like watermelon. I don't like the green ones. I like the orange ones. The green ones can be good if you get a super good one, but usually they're not that good. It's like if I'm gonna get a mix of different fruits in a bowl or something, give me some orange melon. Um, if a banana's ripe and you want to cut it into little circles, I could go for that as well in my fruit bowl. I I don't mind a few green grapes tossed in there as a surprise, little juicy surprise. Maybe a couple of different kinds of berries. You only like nippled melon? But no Jay Quellen. Jacqueline does. No, but Jay Quellen, Jacqueline does have a nipple melon, and that is the suz. And have I tried red banana? I've not tried red banana, no. Oh, another thing that's good in a fruit bowl like that would be little segments of tangerine, of seedless satsuma tangerine. Watermelon fiber helps your system. I tell you the kind of fiber that I'm most likely to eat a bunch of on any given day that helps my digestion. Broccoli. And when I do eat broccoli, I eat a grip of it. I'll have like a whole plate full of it. It's super good. Yellow peaches. Okay, well, you want to put some yellow peaches in my fruit bowl. Are we talking about peaches and syrup? Because if we're talking about peaches and syrup, let's skip the peaches and go straight to the half pears. Pears and syrup are delicious. Tub broccoli. Red banana is good. In India, it's abundantly available, good for digestion and highly nutritious. Hmm. I bet it's more like plantains and less like bananas. Pears are only good from the can. No, they can be good actually fresh too, but you're never gonna go wrong eating pear from a can. Because even if the pear in its native state wasn't really that sweet, they packed it in syrup. Yellow watermelon is supposed to be sweeter. Well, aren't you sweeter than a biscuit? Purdue's up by 3 points in the SC game. 13.6 left. I'm not sure who has possession. If we have possession, then hopefully we'll be able to get a three off and tie the game. If they have possession, it's probably over. We'll have to foul right away. Red bananas are creamy, sweet, and high in potassium. Pears off a tree are hard as rocks. You have to let them ripen in a bowl in your house for a while. Pears are kind of like the avocados of the fruit world. You might say avocados are fruits, Eric, but let's be honest. Avocados aren't fruit. They don't taste like fruit. They're not sweet like fruit. They do have a stone in the middle like stone fruits do, but if avocados were a fruit, you wouldn't be able to make guacamole out of them. All right, it is SC ball, so we have a chance to tie this up here, actually, with 13 some seconds left. Let's see. He gets fouled. Oh, Purdue fouls us before we get the three-pointer off. 8.7 seconds left. That's a choice. I'm not sure that's a good choice, but that's the choice they made. Some coaches like to do that. I think with 8.7 seconds left, that's too long to do that. Avocado isn't fruit. What is it? Meat. If avocado isn't fruit, what is it? Meat. Meat. Avocado is a dairy product. Josh Allen deep downfield, complete at the 20. Oh no, intercepted. Intercepted. Oh my God. I thought the receiver had it, and the Denver Broncos DB came down and on the ground. All of a sudden, he had the ball. Mr. McMillan there did. Oh, he missed the front end of a 1-and-1. Are you serial? Or did he miss both of them? Oh, horrible. Come on, SC. So close. It would be very unusual, but I could almost imagine SC being ranked on the back of this loss. I'm assuming we're going to lose at this point. Down by 3, 6 seconds left. They have free throws coming to them. Wow. What is it? Whose ball is it? Let's see. Was it, did they're doing the review right now. I'm assuming they're going to uphold that that's a interception because it seemed pretty clear that, oh yeah, I guess they did uphold it. So 5 turnovers? The Bills have had 5 turnovers and it tied in overtime? Denver only had 1 turnover? That's crazy. How is Buffalo even, how is this, how is this even possible that this game is tied in an overtime when Buffalo turned the ball over 5 times and Denver's only turned it over once? And it's like I think coming into this game, people thought if the turnover battle was even, Denver would win because they're the better team. I'm feel pretty confident that's what people thought. And yet, here we are at Denver. The Bills have turned the ball over 5 times, and they're still tied. I mean, the thing is, I don't. You can't call it an incomplete pass. Obviously, the ball never touched the ground, and I think that based on that idea, like you have to control the ball through the ground and or make a football move or something. I think they're gonna say that's an interception. Yep, they upheld it. It's an interception. Now Denver throws it out to the flat, gets a couple yards. But, Denver is still back in their own end. They're their own 22-yard line or something. The game is by no means over. It's not like the Bills turned it over in their own end. If that had been the case, well, different story, as they say on Stories We Tell, the National Public Radio Story Show broadcast. 2nd and 7 for the Denver Broncos right now. And they are attempting to get within field goal range. Next score wins the game. I kind of like the way that the pro overtime rules are. I think it's fair, makes for an interesting overtime, and it's probably. I liked the way the college overtime rules were back when you could go. You had to go for touchdowns and either single point or 2 point conversions every single time forever. Now they made it so after the first couple of times, you just trade off attempting 2 point conversions. I'd kind of rather it be like the NFL than that. Why you bossing Apple around? Incomplete pass. No flag. Bananas are herbs. In fact, they are perennial herbs and are relatives of ginger. Their trunk is a seeded stem made of tightly packed leaf bases, not woody tissue. Bananas is, you mean? Well, I'll tell you something else that's not really a tree. Palm trees. What are they really? They're grasses. Very tall grasses, very big grasses. Not the kind of grass that you might choose for your lawn. Those kind of grasses need to be little small bits of grass. Me? I don't have a lawn. And I'm glad I don't have a lawn. Because guess who doesn't want to mow a lawn? This guy. Guess who doesn't want to water a lawn? This guy. Guess who has absolutely no conceivable use for a lawn? Like, I'm never going to go play touch football on my front lawn, even if I have one. So I do not have any desire to have a lawn. Oh, acacia. ATTIT. I saw 2 of them actually. One right here, one right here. This one right here, I call Panalamau. This one right here, I call Sophia Wurstenstein. I give each of my breasts its own regal name. And I give each of my nipples nice perky name. This one is like Polly, and this one is Scout. Polly and Scout. So, what are your nipples' names? Oh, Polly and Scout. Cool. Mine are Jordan and Scurv. Jordan and Scurv? Those aren't even names. Yeah, they're traditional Norwegian nipple names. Are the Bills going to lose this game thanks to that crazy interception where the defensive back just took it right out of the hands of the receiver? Is that how this game will be decided? Is that the thing upon which this game will be decided? There's only one thing I know for sure, and that's if you're watching football, then you agree that God exists. Because if God didn't create everything, then how could football be? Look, playing football presupposes that there's order in the world. Ergo, God exists. Well, I mean, if God doesn't exist, where did football come from? Did it just grow out of the ground by itself? I mean, you couldn't even come up with football if you didn't have the ground. And you couldn't have the ground, obviously, if God didn't make it. So, accordingly, only Christians can play football. You might see some supposedly non-Christians pretending to play football. But the only way to play football well is to start the game by first determining rationally and agreeing with the claim that God exists. If you don't do that, obviously, you're not going to play well because you haven't done the legwork. You haven't done the philosophical legwork necessary before you can legitimately begin playing football. I'm learning a lot here, Jay Dyer. Tell me more. You make claims about stuff in the world, right? Like, that tree is a cedar tree. Yeah. Well, would it be possible for you to be correct about something if there weren't truth in the world? If that thing wasn't something specific? No, it wouldn't be possible for me to be correct about that tree and its species if it weren't a species of a tree. Well, that's what I'm saying. Therefore, God exists. But how? Why? Do you have any other explanation for where the trees come from? No. Bada bing, bada boom. But I also don't know how to explain UFOs. That doesn't mean UFOs are God. Like, I can't really explain how anybody became attached to this incredibly terrible argument, but I don't blame God. God, have you been making people affirm idiotic nonsense again? Oh, it wasn't me, Eric. Jesus, was you? No, I wouldn't do something like that. Holy Ghost, guilty as charged. Boo! Now, I've got these people down there thinking that this terrible argument is good. I used a little bit of the Spirit of the Lord to have a little fun. You can't have a good sitcom episode without some misunderstandings. Well, the Denver Broncos have won the football game with that field goal kick. You can credit their victory in overtime to three things. One, an interception thrown. Two, although it wasn't really the quarterback's fault, that interception. Two, the first pass interference penalty. And three, the second pass interference penalty. Both of which were actually penalties. The second one was pretty obvious. I don't think anybody can reasonably say the officials should not have called that penalty. God made trees so we can have shade. Look, imagine you're in a simulation and you said that tree is a cedar tree. Well, imagine you're in the world as it is. And can you be correct about that? Can it be a cedar tree? Yeah. Well, now imagine it's a simulation. You can't be correct about it because there is no cedar tree. Therefore, God exists. I could still be correct about it within that frame of reference. I might not have any way of determining that it's a simulated cedar tree because I'm part of the simulation, but with for determining whether what I'm saying is true is something that's done by a specific metric, and that metric is not predicated on things not being a simulation. So whether it's in a simulation or not, I still use the same evaluatory criterion to determine if the tree actually is a cedar tree or something else. I feel like I've been bamboozled though. It's like the guy sort of positioned this argument as uniquely powerful, something I'd not heard of before, at least by its name. Like not even really anything. I don't know how. It's like how does it even have a name? It's not an actual idea. And then I got deep into trying to figure out what the hell the warrant was. And then he came back and started in again with that stuff. And I got all mad yesterday and started laying into him because why? But I should never have let myself just be driven by the winds of the moment into whatever like that. Nobody ever lived a successful life by trying to do a job that you can competently do, but adding a toddler who thinks he's partnering with you to do half the job. Like any sane observer would say, Eric, no, don't take on this thing that you're doing here. No, it's not a good idea to say, Oh, yes, this plumbing work can be better accomplished by including this hyper toddler into the mix. It's true the toddler's picking up wrenches and doing other things that plumbers might do, but not only is he obviously not actually doing any plumbing work, but he's completely unaware that he's not doing any plumbing work. He wholly believes that he's fixing the sink. Who's the fool here? Is it him, the toddler, or is it you for thinking that this was a good idea? Oh, I'm sure he's a very talented toddler. Let's see how this prodigy handles declogging this U joint in the underneath the sink. Hey, you're a great plumber. You're a horrible evaluator of plumbing partners. So yeah, who's to blame for all this? Me, Eric. That's who. The guy who didn't make any sensible choices. The guy who didn't stop first and said, wait a second, let's evaluate this. How might this play out? Is this something you want to put yourself through? And if so, why? I don't know what type that guy is. Probably like ENFP or ESFP or something, but it seems like the people who are most effective at getting me to talk to them on a live stream or on the phone or whatever are TI polar people. Why that should be the case, I don't know, but it certainly seems that way. Am I saying that guy's TI polar? Uh, I think it's a reasonably fair conclusion to draw, but I'm not making the claim in the way where I'm willing to defend it per se. I didn't remove it. Could be a top chat issue. Top chat, top chat. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they top chat at you? I guess I'll read it and respond, maybe. Well, San Francisco at Seattle. Now, if you were to base predictions for this game on the last time that San Francisco played Seattle, you would obviously say Seattle's going to win. If you were to make predictions on this game just based on overall record, you'd say Seattle's going to win. Based on home field, you'd say Seattle's going to win. Oh, no! Tackle! Oh, my God. Opening kickoff return for a touchdown with this flag. What in the world? The Niners definitely cannot afford to get behind the eight ball here because if the last time they played the Seahawks is any indication, their offense is absolutely anemic. The offensive line isn't opening any holes for what's his name? The running back. You know what I'm talking about. McCaffrey. And Kittle's out. So pretty, relied on that tight end weapon a lot. It doesn't seem like Niners have much of a receiving core compared to maybe previous seasons when they had like Brandon Ayuk and stuff. Kittles is injured. I know. I know. That's not good. I never read a giraffe fire poll message. Swear. A giraffe fire poll message. Your Broncos won. I'm so happy for you. I was actually rooting for the Bills, but wasn't super invested in that who won that. I'm definitely rooting for the 49ers in this game. Looks like that kick return is going to stand. I think it's going to stand. Wow. It's a rough way to start the game. Oh, he tried to trip him. That's why. That's why they threw the flag. You can't do that. The kicker tried to, like, old school trip him with his leg. And he missed. He was unsuccessful at tripping him. But it's still a flag. I know, a kick return for a touchdown. You absolutely never see that in the NFL. In this case, it was on the opening kick of the game. Let's see if the Niners can return the favor. Maybe we'll get back-to-back kick returns for a touchdown. Wouldn't that be nice? That'd be like a brand new game. I think this evening here, in a little bit, maybe I'm going to make a frozen food, but I think I'm going to eat mushrooms tonight. What do you guys think? Is that a good idea? Seattle has former Harbaugh assistants. I shaved for the first time in years, then rubbed my face with hydrogen peroxide. I feel it was successful. Good for you, good for your face, and good for America. All right, now Seattle is going to kick the ball to the Niners. Here comes the kick. It's flying through the air, lands on the ground. Flags fly everywhere. So far, 2 plays in this football game. Flags on both of them. How many times have you done them? What, mushrooms? Oh, I do them all the time. So, like, the last time I did them was last Sunday. I normally try to wait a full week in between doing them, but I don't know. I feel like it's fun to do it. We don't have the ingredients for a margarita. I think I'm going to take an 1/8 and a half this time, because last time I took an 1/8 and it wasn't really that strong. I'll just at least take an 1/8 plus a little bit more than that. Oh, Purdy hit as he throws. That fell harmlessly to the turf, didn't it? That wasn't an interception, was it? I'm pretty sure that is an incomplete pass, isn't it? Did he catch it before it hit the ground? Well, his arm's definitely going forward. If it hit the ground, it is not a fumble. Yeah, okay. It's an incomplete pass. That's cool. All right, Purdy back in the shotgun. Completes the pass for about 3 yards, 4 yards maybe. It was bobbled briefly by the receiver. Okay, I'll take an 8 plus this one. Frozen mushrooms. Caps and stems, stems and caps. Frozen mushrooms in my paps. Could take potentially a little bit more. Mushrooms are such a crapshoot. I could take the same amount, the same mushrooms from the same bag on 2 different occasions and get markedly different amounts of tripping from it. Nice catch. Good first down. Number 88 comes down with it and says, "I've earned us an important first down." To which his teammates say, "Huzzah!" Okay. We're going to put a little love in your heart. Right, this is my bag to eat right now. Wow, it's loud in Seattle. Well, you know, they're excited about their football team, I guess. Seattle does have some cool sports venues. I've never been to wherever it is that the Seahawks play, nor have I been to the Mariners Stadium, but I have been to the University of Washington's Husky Stadium. And it's a beautiful place to see a game. It's right on the water. The stadium has it's not round all the way around. It's like squares, but with the corners empty and open so you can see out under the water and stuff. Pretty cool. There's some color to the stems. They're not as blue as I would like in the dream world. If I got to pick the mushrooms I would choose, if I could choose between every mushroom in the world, I wouldn't have picked these ones. I'd pick the bluest ones I could see, which is the bluest ones I've ever had were Ghost PE. Those were some good mushrooms. Those were the kind of mushrooms that are adequate even for the fanciest kings and queens of Europe. It's crazy how long Emperor Hirohito lived. I saw this picture of him in Japan with Reagan earlier today or yesterday. Standing there, squat, kind of hunched over. He's kind of looking placid and yeah, fucking killed it. Here it is in the 1980s. I'm meeting with the American president no longer as the general's supplicant, but instead as a powerful economic force that is making the U.S. feel threatened. It's all thanks to me and my amazing leadership skills. Hi, I'm Emperor Hirohito. You may remember me from such historical events as World War II. What? You're still around? Why didn't they put you on trial and execute you? That's our little secret. Oh, Emperor Hirohito. It's like, at some point after World War II, were you ever I guess I kind of really fucked up with that whole World War II thing. You know, I thought it was going to turn out great, but hindsight being what it is, maybe we should have surrendered a little sooner before the Americans had firebombed those hundreds of thousands of people to death. But the important thing is that the nation got to keep me, Emperor Hirohito, the most important man ever. All right, let's cut it up. Oh, don't go flying everywhere. God damn it. I wish mushrooms were just less gross, or I need to get, as Brendan recommended, I need to get a coffee grinder that I dedicate towards just grinding up mushrooms. What a pain in the ass. I don't like taking shroom tea because when you take it by a tea, it hits faster, lasts less long, and is overall a little bit less strong. I am a big believer in eating the whole thing. I like the fact that shrooms is cooperative enough to just be water soluble. Like when I make some shroom tea, all you gotta do is heat up some water and put some shrooms in it. Unlike weed, if you try that with weed, you're not gonna get high at all. All right. I'm not being very diligent about chopping it up into super fine pieces, but I'm going to declare ground up enough. I'm getting pre-mushroom yuckiness in anticipation of taking them. It is true that we have a bit of a problem, but it's not really a problem. It's true that I only have one cigarette left. I have a variety of butts, and I don't really want to go get cigarettes right now. I don't really want to even smoke so much cigarettes right now. Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go poo, and then when I come back, I'll eat those mushrooms. I should also eat some food to go with the mushrooms, not just mushrooms. Here, you guys can look at the cat while I'm gone. There he is. Oh. Okay, that's better. That is better. I've released the Kraken, so I no longer feel this stomachy thing like you need a poo coming on. I may have another one back there behind the curtain, on deck as they say, but if so, it hasn't even really made its way up from the dugout yet. Alright, I'm gonna need to eat some food. I can't just eat the mushrooms and Adderall today with all the things that I eat. That's not a balanced breakfast. So I think I'm gonna go with fine. I'll do it. I'm gonna do it. You guys talked me into it. I'm gonna go Paschetti and meatballs. The thing about psilocybin is, as far as I can tell, or as far as science can tell, psilocybin is a pretty straightforward drug, and every mushroom that has psilocybin in it as its drug has the same drug in it. So people might talk about strains of mushrooms having different effects and such, but as far as I can tell from a science perspective, it's like tomatoes. There's only 2 flavors or something in tomato. And so you can't get subtly different flavors from a bunch of different kinds of tomatoes. Same thing is true with mushrooms, I think. But it is true that some mushrooms are stronger than other mushrooms. And regardless of what the science says, if any drug can be said to transcend the science and into the world of magical stuff, it is mushrooms. It's much more true for mushrooms than, say, for acid, even though acid is a stronger psychedelic. Much more true for mushrooms than it is for, say, DMT. Even though people love talking about machine owls or whatever DMT, mushrooms seem to have a sentience to them. Seems like they have their own interests and permit you to participate in things with them if you do it right. Otherwise, you'll have bad experiences. You might have bad experiences even if you don't do anything wrong per se, but for me, my experience is that when I have a healthy relationship with mushrooms, they are always great. when I try to do them in some way that's not so healthy, I treat them like an abusable drug rather than a periodically usable drug. Then I start having problems with it, like it makes me nauseous or whatever. What kind of beverage do I have over there? Nothing. Let me get a beverage. Go for one of these Cerveza Americas. You're back, Acacia. Can you convey to Reuben for me that I'm sorry I missed our appointment? I will tell him myself when I encounter him, but if he's near you, maybe it'd be easier for you to do it. Feed cat 2. Been waiting for something? So the cat has or you have? Aye, and let no, you just mentioned napping right before too, but I can. I'm not sure if I've ever had straight penis envy, but I have had different variants of penis envy, which all have PE in their name. Big Dag Dog though. Oh, it's painless enough. The reason I don't like penis envy doesn't really have anything to do with the high or the strain like they do, like we were talking about before. It just has to do with the fact that they're big. I prefer smaller mushrooms, not bigger ones. For no particularly good reason. There's sort of a reason, like, it's easier to take, like, let's say you want to take half an eighth. It's easier to figure out exactly what half an eighth is with your smaller mushrooms. And it lets you kind of take mushrooms by saying, I can take 3 caps and this many stems or whatever, rather than just, I've got this one big mushroom. The Niners fumbled. I'm thinking this may not be as good of a game as the previous game, in which the Bills lost in heartbreaking fashion in overtime to the Denver Broncos. All right, now I got my spaghetti and the meatballs. Oh, look at the banquet. The banquet dinner. They went to got the Italian chef to make the spaghetti and the meatballs. See? Doesn't that look delicious? Okay, it doesn't look delicious, but it smells good, and I bet it is delicious. More delicious than the mushrooms, anyway. Oh, sure, you might be saying, Eric, that's a low bar for your spaghetti and meatballs to have to jump over. And I'll concede that being better than mushrooms is not difficult. But the spaghetti meatballs will never accomplish what the mushrooms will ultimately, because these won't make me trip out. The farmer in the dell, the farmer in the dell. Hi ho the merry-o, the farmer met Adele. She sang him her two songs. She sang him her two songs. Hi ho the merry-o, Adele sang him two songs. Was Rolling in the Deep and that other one. In the earliest stream this morning, I was shocked to learn. Let me see if I can ask it. Rachel, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Off the top of your head, how many hits does Billy Idol have and what are they?
Billy Idol?
Yeah.
2?
That's what I would have said for sure, too. It turns out he actually has 4 hits that we all know. Yeah. Yes, White Wedding. Yes, Rebel Yell. There's also Dancing with Myself.
Oh, yeah. That's a good song.
And what was the other one? What's the 4th Billy Idol song? Anyway, I just wanted to know, see how you answered it, too.
No, yeah. I didn't think that many. Wow, that's impressive, actually.
Yeah, I wonder if they were all from one album. What's going on here? Eyes Without a Face.
Oh, I don't know if I know that.
Eyes without a face. Blah, 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 blah.
Maybe.
You probably recognize it if you heard it.
Yeah.
Happy day after birthday, Rachel. We're the same age now. Congratulations, Show Media.
Happy birthday.
That's something you can put on your resume. I'm the same age as Rachel. Have you limboed at a party? I don't believe I don't recall particularly limboing, but could conceivably have limboed when I was young. Ain't got no human grace. Eyes without the face. If I were gonna do a limbo, I'd like to do it to that song, Eyes Without a Face. I don't think I could get quite as low with any other song. When I think about limboing, I think of the character from Futurama, the bureaucrat who was amazing at doing the limbo.
Thanks, Cloud. Kika. Yeah, thanks, Show Media.
It's her birthday season.
Yeah.
Her birthday runs all of winter. I got low, 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 listening to Eyes Without a Face, which always motivates me to limbo. After Eyes Without a Face, for my limbo playlist, I like to have Desperate But Not Serious by Adam Ant. And then Who Can It Be Now by Men at Work. That's a good song. Who can it be knocking at my door? Go away, don't come round here no more. Can't you see that it's late at night? I'm very tired and I'm not feeling right. All I wish is to be left alone. Go away, don't you invade my home. Next up, if you hang outside, don't come in. All lonely, run and hide. Who can it be now? Hi, Steve Billings. Milk is chillin', Gizmo's chillin'. What more can I say, Steve Billings? I think once mom did call you and you missed her call. Who Can It Be Now is a really good song. Does she know about Steve? Does Rachel know about Steve Billings? Probably. I'm assuming was. She's been in here for one of these streams where Steve Billings has been around. You familiar with Steve Billings?
I like remember when that person
Easy Loom fan page?
yeah, said, "Oh, you know so and so," and I didn't know what he's talking about.
Do you know that guy named Levin is on TMZ? Harvey Levin? You know who that is?
Yeah, like, is he the guy who was always like, "Well, we just saw Britney Spears driving," like he's like the main like host guy.
He's the guy that people pitch their stories to, kind
Yeah,
of.
yeah.
Yeah. And Steve Billings is a guy who one time met that guy.
Oh.
Steve Billings also has like a panel style live stream here on YouTube, I think.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I had no idea.
I don't think there's anything wrong with panels, but not my cup of tea. Steve is from TMZ. Cool.
Oh, Steve is from TMZ? Cool.
What does he do at TMZ? He's their copier repairman. So what's been going on with old Steve Billings? Well, I don't know if you heard, but he and his previous wife, Sonia, yeah, they got divorced. I thought they were so happy. He caught Sonia in bed with the South Korean speed skating team. You know, how she was an Olympic athlete. Did Rachel ever meet anyone famous?
Yeah, can't think of it now.
Buying bread from a man in Brussels. He was 6'4" and full of muscles.
I said, yeah, I don't know, I have, but I can't remember, like, it comes to me in stories. Like, something has to trigger.
I remember he told me he met a professional hockey player one
Oh,
time.
yeah.
I met Jerry Buss. I didn't meet him. I saw Jerry Buss in the back of the elevator when I had accidentally pushed the button for the wrong elevator when I went to a Lakers game one time. Jerry Buss was like, super old, like 70s, 80s or whatever, but he had a young woman standing next to him who couldn't have been over 40. And like when the door opened, like it also had an elevator person elevator bellhop or whatever you call them, a lady in that elevator that was in charge of just pushing the buttons, I guess. And she said, "You can't use this elevator." Like she scolded me, but I was like a little bit starstruck, looking behind her at Jerry Buss, and I waved, and he waved back to me. Then the elevator doors closed, and that was the last I ever saw of Jerry Buss. You were working on his elevator? Oh, Don Imus. You also had an elevator interaction. Well, Don Imus is only famous in New York. He doesn't count as a national famous person like Jerry Buss does, former owner of the Lakers, now deceased. I also mm, one time when I was in college, this was a long time ago, okay? We're talking 1989 probably. I was hanging out in the dorm room slash little apartment thing. It was more like a little apartment than a dorm room. We had some friends who lived at Kresge, and one of the girls in that little apartment, she was friends with and knew, and maybe was going out on a date with. I'm not sure. They were coming to pick her up, River Phoenix, and I was like, oh, it's gonna be cool to see River Phoenix come in here and get her, but River Phoenix did not come in. But guess who he sent in instead? Joaquin Phoenix. I didn't really talk to him at all. I didn't. He wasn't really famous at all. He was just River Phoenix's brother. So I don't remember exactly what year River Phoenix died, but it had to have been after '89. Apparently, Fran Drescher, Miss Fine from The Nanny, was in the area, but I missed her. Well, that Fran Drescher's got a lot of New York vibe about her. I guess that's supposed to be New York Italian, New York Jewish, maybe both. I'm not sure. Fran Drescher reminds me of that girlfriend that Chandler Bing had. It was kind of annoying. What was that girl's name? Janice? Is that what her name was? Fran Drescher reminds me of Janice. Fran Drescher is the president of the Screen Actors Guild? Huh. Well, good for you, Fran Drescher. You go, girl. Janice? Is that what her name was? What did I say? Oh my God. That's how Janice would talk. And she was like, "Shut up!" And like hit you when she said that. Janice was a good character. Friends did a good job in general with stuff like that. Like Janice was kind of a character that you kind of laughed at and felt Chandler's pain, but she had more depth than that as a character. On some level, she was the more normal one than Chandler. And after a little while, you actually started to kind of get why Chandler might have wanted to go out with her a little bit, even though I couldn't stand that annoying laugh and stuff. But I appreciate and approve of the way in which Friends developed her into a real character, like a full-fledged character. No, I don't think Matthew Perry was an ESP. I do think the character Chandler Bing was written mostly as an ESP, but Trump was on the nanny once. When he left, he answers the cell phone from one of his breast pockets and says, "I told you to never call me on this phone." Really? Oh, you're my special man. What do you want? You want me to watch you eat? Okay. Territorial Tom. It's like, you belong to me. I'm not anybody's slave, Trouble. Okay? I'm a free man. Cars. I thought you were being enigmatic, Say a couple nouns, a couple verbs, a couple adjectives. Let the people figure out what you might have possibly meant. Okay, you McGilligoy. Well, we got a big bag of food this time. This is the first time I remember the store having this size bag of food. You got the smallish one, what I used to think of as the big bag, but now they got this size. There are things about getting one big bag like that are to be preferred over the smaller bags. Like, most importantly, that it's cheaper per kernel of cat food than smaller containers worth of it. Another possible advantage one could point to for the big bag is you have to go get another bag of cat food less frequently. But there are disadvantages to that big bag as well. It's rather cumbersome dealing with it now until it gets emptied out some. And they might also be more likely to go stale because it'll last longer. We got some cat hair. And we'll get some more cat hair. Because Troll's got an infinite supply of it. If somebody would invent a faster than light drive powered on cat hair, then even if the challenge is we need infinite amount of cat hair, no problem, I got the solution right here. What do you want, Capio? You want to go outside? There you go. Enjoy the out of doors. It's where nature lives. You mean vacuum the cat directly to get the hair off of him? I don't think he'd put up with that. He's willful. He's got strong opinions about things. He's also got a lot of dandruff. Where's all this dandruff come from, Trouble? That should make you use Head and Shoulders. Or Delson Blue. Well, now he wants to go outside because He's like, I can't let Capito have fun without me harassing her. I've seen pictures or videos of people using one of those vacuumer clipper things on their dogs where you clip their hairs and it vacuums it directly into like a bag. But I don't know if I've really seen somebody vacuuming their cat just to get the shedding cat hair off. Eric's professional cat vacuuming service. Always on time, always professional, always ready to vacuum your cat. So what's your career? What do you do for a job? I'm a cat vacuumer. Is that payable? I make $600,000 a year vacuuming cats. Wow. You must vacuum a lot of cats. Now, actually, I only vacuum between 5 and 6 cats a year. I charge $100,000 per cat. And yeah, it's no small operation. It takes the better part of an hour. And I can assure you, when I'm done, that cat is fully vacuumed. I tried to intervene in Russian-Ukrainian stuff by saying, listen, Russia, if you'll retreat back to your actual borders, I will offer you 3 free cat vacuumings. I guess that prize wasn't rich enough for old Putin. Even though I have it on good authority that he has at least 2 cats who are heavy shedders. Oh, guy. What's that guy's name? It was in No Cowbell. Who talks like this? What's that guy's name? Who's going to drive me home tonight? Nobody. I'm already home. No, not Will Ferrell. The guy with a weird way of talking. He was in that one, like, weapon of choice video for Fatboy Slim. No. Christopher Walken. He's in a lot of commercials these days. Christopher Walken is. He also looks like, sometime in the last few years, he got a lot older looking. Whereas a few years ago, he seemed to be one of those kind of Rob Lowe-esque, always the same age people, or Paul Rudd. Paul Rudd's been playing a 30-something rom-com guy, seems like for 75 years now, which is pretty impressive. Of course, the last movie I saw that had Lindsay Lohan in it, she was well into her 30s, or obviously, maybe even early 40s, and she was playing spoiled daughter of a rich person dating an equivalently shallow and banal influencer type. Until, of course, she meets some authentic small town guy, and together they save Christmas. It was actually the best of all the super throwaway garbage romance Christmas movies that I saw. It was almost as good as a real movie. It had the guy from Wings in it, and guess what job he had in that movie with Lindsay Lohan? He flew a plane, just like in Wings. Isn't that nostalgic? It's like, really? People make these movies? Serial? How about, I don't know, maybe have some new ideas that aren't referential to something once in a while. Oh my God. Is that the guy who played Theo on The Cosby Show? And look, they've cast him in a role that's exactly like Theo was. How wonderful. It makes me think about the good times I had watching The Cosby Show. I know dudes who look identical to this guy. Most guys have one doppelganger, but this guy has at least 500,000. I have seen one person on YouTube, or somebody pointed me to one person on YouTube that I thought, yeah, that guy does look pretty much like me. But I do think that, like, anybody with, say, short hair and a gray beard, they're unavoidably going to get compared to me because people are going to say, wow, you both have gray beards. You're both tall men or something. The one that people say that, like, oh, you look like that guy, I think, well, I guess kind of, is the guy who shoveled the sidewalk in Home Alone. Time to join in for a smoke. Christopher Walken did a play called A Behanding in Spokane. I saw it twice. It was fantastic, and so was he. I remember Walken from Dead Zone. Indian was great. I don't remember that at all. I never saw Dead Zone. I don't know what it is even. Well, I guess I'm a little bit cigarette butt poor, aka I might at some point have to go get cigarettes this evening. But you know what? That's okay. Because I'm able to, I'm willing to, and I have the right attitude. There's cats outside. Now the Capito came inside. Trouble may be outside, I'm not sure. When I opened the door to go out front, Capito ran in. With Trouble seemingly not far behind her. Like, obviously, he was trying to bother her. But I think Trouble stayed outside. Okay. Getting a little bit chilly. Now, I can say pretty high degree of assurance that it's not actually much more chilly in here right now than it was, say, 10 minutes ago. So I'm going to call this mushroom cold. The heater is on. I thought, oh, maybe I'll turn the heater back on. It's been on. It is on. It's definitely just mushroom cold. Why do mushrooms make you cold? Nobody knows. For a long time, scientists assumed that mushrooms made you cold because they were made out of ice. But further testing has revealed Mushrooms are not made out of ice. Hmm. Am I able to drive on mushrooms? Yeah, I can drive on mushrooms, but I'm probably not going to want to. Like, it's very unlikely that I'll go get cigarettes anytime in the next few hours if the mushrooms kick in proper. Then I'll just work my way through some cigarette butts until uh, I am left with no choice but to go get cigarettes. I just want to make sure that I make it to get cigarettes before 11 p.m. probably. I don't want to have to drive outside of Mariposa. I'm fine with driving into town all the way to go to Yosemite Liquors, which is usually open later than the Bootjack Market. But I don't want to miss time it so that I have to go all the way to Oakhurst to get cigarettes. Or even worse, all the way to Merced or the casino. It's a long drive. We went to the casino last night and we're borrowing the neighbor's Subaru. It rides like a boat. It makes the drive extra long because it doesn't handle very well. And we're driving on windy mountain roads. I have a tendency to get car sick in some kind of circumstances. But the way this car is like, wong, 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 kind of, I don't usually actually get actual car sick when I'm driving, but I get a little bit closer to that when I'm driving that car. And I'm also a little more prone to motion sickness when I'm on mushrooms, I've learned in the past. Like when we went to the county fair, I took mushrooms for one of the county fair, and then we went on the merry-go-round. Not the merry-go-round, the Ferris wheel. And I was all like, oh, okay, this is too much stimulation. I'm afraid to drive on shrooms, but drove across country high several times. Yeah, I'm not worried about driving on shrooms. But I also know that when I'm on shrooms, I'm not going to feel like driving any place. I could if I have to. It gets urgent. Well, here come the yawns. I took mushrooms once, ended up with a kid 9 months later. The two events were unrelated. It was just 9 months after you took mushrooms, you decided to adopt a child. Well, Niners look like we got them the first down here. They are moving the ball with relative efficiency, but they're down by 14 points already. They cut this to a one-score game with a touchdown here. Given how Seattle started with a kickoff return for a touchdown, jumped on the Niners a bit early. If they could score a touchdown here, I think that would be soundly turning the momentum in their favor. I don't believe that the Niners have the horses to compete with Seattle just on a pure position to position, talent versus talent level. True story, never did mushrooms again, ended up with 3 more. So what you're trying to say is that mushrooms caused not just 1, but 4 kids, and they only took them 1 time. That's an impressive return on your investment. You have 4 kids? It's a fair amount of kids. Are you a farmer or something that needs child labor? Look, Judy, next year I'm hoping to open up those fields in the northwest corner, plant some alfalfa. I need you to birth me a couple more sons. But Jedediah, they won't be ready to work the field till they're at least 2 years old. Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. For now, make with the babies. All right. We already got 16 kids. Yeah, well, I'd trade 6 of them for another stout mule. Another funny but true story. Really, you are a farmer? You have children so they can work on the farmer? My wife's aunt was her mother. My wife's aunt was her mother. So, oh, okay. Well, just let that one just lie there and ignore it. My wife has a mother and a couple of aunts, and they all sound the same to me. Like she's talking on the phone to one of those ladies, could be her mom, could be her Aunt Mia or Aunt Mia. They all sound the same. They all more or less talk about the same things, except when Rachel talks to her mom, she's more likely to, I guess, feel criticized or be stressed out by it. Well, she talked to one of them yesterday on the phone. It kind of actually stressed her out a little bit, even though we only talked briefly before we had dinner. You know, Rachel doesn't like to feel critiqued at all or have them say things that make her feel as though she should have her life should be different. She should be doing things different. She should be, yeah. Yeah, I guess that's just family, kind of, in general. Like, families have expectations, and if you fail to meet them, you feel judged. Yeah, they're kicking in. They are kicking in, but they're not like full blown kicked in yet. Yeah, well, I got the mushroom yawns. I guess I'll finish the rest of this little beverage here. This goes well with mushrooms. I just felt really tired when I took shrooms. Well, it's like you didn't feel like you were tripping out. You just felt tired. In general, when I take mushrooms, I like to also take Adderall with it because sometimes if you don't take Adderall with it, the mushrooms can do that to you. It's like you take some mushrooms, then you just want to go lie down, and that's not that fun. So yeah, I don't know why. I guess the explanation I've come up with before is just well, because your brain's being flooded with serotonin. But what's the mechanics of yawning exactly? Like, what is your body trying to accomplish? How does it know when it's accomplished and it's yawned enough? And how does it know? No, I need to do more yawning. What's it picking up on there? I mean, it seems intuitively as though what you're trying to do is maximally oxygenate yourself before you go to sleep so that you can breathe a little less, slower, more steady, and not have any kind of oxygen deficit or something. But if you really think about that, it doesn't make much sense because, like, no matter how much I yawn before I go to sleep, if I'm somehow over oxygenating my blood, well, the normal way to do that would be to hyperventilate, not yawn. Oh, well, yawning may get the air deeper into your lungs or something. If you wanted to expose your lungs to as much oxygen as possible in a certain amount of time, you'd breathe fast, not slow. Yawning is a very slow way to breathe. It could be that yawning is purposed to open up your sinuses or something so that you clear out your nasal stuff so that you can breathe through your nose when you're asleep. That's conceivable, but if that's what it's intended to do, it's not very effective at its job when it needs to be. Like, if I have a stuffy nose, if I don't have a stuffy nose, yawning is likely to make my nose run. But if I do have a stuffy nose, yawning's not going to fix it. Well, the thing about yawning being contagious, Casey Jones, it's kind of an SI thing. NI people don't really yawn much and aren't susceptible to finding it contagious very much. Rachel almost never yawns and doesn't find it contagious. If I see somebody yawn, I'll be yawning pretty quick. And I yawn all the time. I'm a goddamn yawn machine. If yawning were the engine of, say, an auto manufacturing plant, I could produce a fleet of cars every day with all my yawns. You remember the piano player Yanni? It seems like I remember some kind of artist named Yanni who maybe played kid songs. I don't know if they were a piano player though. Burger King. Why are there always only black people in Burger King ads? Like, have you given up trying to convince other demographics to go to Burger King? I don't even dislike Burger King. I think it's pretty good. But I'm clearly not your target audience, Burger King. I guess what you could say is that they feel like they're already winning the battle with McDonald's with that demographic. So they'd rather push their advantage where they're winning and try to branch out into other demographics. I'm not sure. Louisiana Fresh. Oh, Popeyes. You're pretty good, but not very professionally run. I'm sorry. But if somebody sensible were running you Popeyes, you wouldn't constantly run out of chicken sandwiches. If you go to Popeyes anytime later than like say 2 p.m., it's a crapshoot as to what they have. You don't order food, you ask them if they have things. Do you happen to have today chicken sandwiches? No, I didn't think so. Okay. Do you have this chicken meal? No? Okay. How about if you go with the extra crispy special sauce one? Oh, you do have that. Okay, I'll get that then. That's what it's like ordering at Popeyes. Like, the employees are just so, here's your food. Like, I don't like being here at Popeyes, but I guess I gotta give you your food. I can understand why you don't necessarily want to be here at Popeyes, but other fast food places seem to be able to hire people who don't make it so abundantly clear to me that they don't want to be here, nor do they want me here. But I guess that's the price you pay for delicious Louisiana fresh chicken. What are you gonna do? Go to Chick-fil-A? I don't think so. Not because they're bad, because they're further away than Popeyes. Also, I don't always necessarily want to get a chicken sandwich. It's like basically that's all they have at Chick-fil-A. They might have other things, but whoever gets anything but a chicken sandwich at Chick-fil-A. I mean, if they do have other things, even though I've been to Chick-fil-A, I looked at their menu. I obviously didn't register that those other things even existed. Now, Popeyes, on the other hand, they've got all kinds of stuff there. They've got chicken. They've got, I mean, nobody should ever order, which is like some kind of seafood. They've got different sides you could get. I mean, if they have it. you know, Sometimes you go there and the only thing they have available is sweet potato fries. We've sold out of everything but sweet potato fries. When I say they've sold out, what they really mean is we did a poor job of planning how many of these things we needed to get. Because if we sold out, it makes it sound like, oh, we prepared last night for today's business. We prepared this many slow roasted whatevers, and now we're out of them. Obviously, that cooking process is substantial. It's going to take us a while before we have more till tomorrow. That's not how it is at Popeyes at all. It's like whoever's in charge of reordering things just was like, oh, I was supposed to reorder those yesterday. They have like me in charge of reordering things. No, I have nothing to do with that. I don't know why the chats have not been available. It does take sometimes a while to complete its processing, and not all of the things are enabled until it's done with all the processing. For example, a lot of things don't become possible until it's transcribed the whole thing. The Popeyes near me used to be like that, but ownership changed and they hired a bunch of Mexicans, and now I got great customer service. Well, that was smart of them. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that once in a while. Definitely not anything I did. It just maybe YouTube's like, let me think about this a little while longer. I mean, is it sometimes the case that the chat for a live stream never comes out? If not, then just variance in how long things takes, I would guess. I want a bumper sticker that says, go home. I want a bumper sticker that says, I want to go home. Here I am, obviously out in the world in the car, but I want to go home. Yeah, I'm super yawny. Uh-oh. Why Seattle rips off. It's got to be like a 60-yard play there or something. It's a big play. I think the Tigers are going to win this one. It seems like it's been a while anyway since I really tripped getting hard on mushrooms. But I think that's just kind of coincidental. I could get some coffee. I have a little bit of cold coffee right here, but I could get new coffee. Well, it may be affording them a certain level of basic assumption, but I still don't think it's a compliment to tell somebody, go home. Which sensing thinker trying to fix the water damage in my apartment? Are you asking me like what cognitive function you use to fix water damage? I don't know. I'm not sure how you go about fixing water damage. When I think of water damage, I think mostly of stuff with water stains on it. Like let's say you had water coming through the ceiling, it'd be water stains on the roof, but I'm not sure what comprises water damage besides those stains. And fixing it, but doing anything like that's going to be expert sensing, but if you have to figure out how to fix it, it might involve expert thinking as well. Coffee, right? That's what I'm thinking for. I don't even want any more coffee, but I'll make another pot anyway because I'm not one later. I feel it like my stomach can't really take more coffee right now. Just had drank mostly just coffee all day. I may have had another beverage here or there, but and also caffeine, even amphetamines wouldn't make my yawns go away. It's something that mushrooms cause it to happen, but it's like if the normal mechanism for yawning somehow is feeling sleepy, which isn't necessarily, but let's say it is. Well, mushrooms is bypassing it. Like, even if I don't feel sleepy at all, it's still going to make me yawn. But it's also the case that I'm still in the unsettling come up phase where I'm more likely to get this kind of SI symptoms. I mean, there's plenty of time I've yawned for the latter part of mushroom trips or what have you too, but incidentally to that, I think that I'm in the kind of uncomfortable stretch of the come up right now, where I feel a little SI discombobulated. This is like really strong coffee in the sense that if I put in 2 full scoops of it, the coffee's definitely too strong. Whereas the last kind of coffee we had, 2 full scoops was probably a little too strong, but that Maxwell House a little bit goes a long way. And also, we even got 2 of those big ass cans is because they had an incredibly good sale on them. Seems like most times we go to the supermarket, one kind of coffee is on sale. And instead of being like $25 for a tub, it might be like $20 for a tub. Those big things were like normally 30 and they charge like $15 or something. Well, that's what I'm saying. Dr. Red Taco, that may be a solution, but if yawning normally signifies a lack of oxygen, then why does one normally yawn before one goes to sleep, but not in another context? That would suggest that you're less likely to have enough oxygen when you're around going to bedtime. There's no reason for that to be the case. Christ be with you. The San Francisco treat. Take a couple of really huge deep breaths. Yeah, I do want to do that. Maybe that will help get rid of the yawns a bit. They could hyperventilate and get it out. It's weird the kind of like explanations people sometimes just hear and accept or apply accordingly. One time somebody told me that if you have antacid, if you have heartburn, you should eat a piece of lettuce. It's like a natural antacid. So I Googled it, like, does lettuce really quell your stomach acid, and if so, why? I said, well, yes, it does, because lettuce has a lot of water in it, and it will dilute the stomach acid a little bit. But obviously, if that were a way to make stomach acid go away, then nobody would ever take antacids. They just drink some water. It is not the case that you got heartburn and you drink a glass of water, the heartburn becomes less because the stomach acid is diluted. Maybe it intuitively should be that way or something, but that's not how it works at all. So the idea that you eat a piece of lettuce functions like an antacid because the water in the lettuce dilutes your stomach acid is a perfect example of somebody using reasoning with no intuition at all. People are more sedentary, less active because they've been resting. Now that explains why you might yawn when you wake up, not why you yawn before you get ready to go to bed. That would be consistent with yawning when you wake up, like, well, you woke up and you don't have as much oxygen as you need because you've been sleeping. So you yawn to catch up on oxygen or something. That would make sense. But if in fact yawning is caused by a lack of oxygen, then it does not make sense for us to yawn before we go to sleep. Because we're no more likely at that moment to have an oxygen deficit than at any other moment. That's what it's called. This is what I'm saying about you need reading skills to be right with things, but you also need some intuition too. Like, obviously, that helps a lot with checking to see if a justification is legitimate or not. And it can't be legitimate if when we test it, it doesn't validate. So there's got to be some other reason. I keep going back inside to get my last cigarette, I guess. But I still haven't gotten it. And I want to go into the garage instead and get a cigarette butt. Ink pink. bad smell in a ditch. Trench stench. Trench stench is the correct answer. Now that doesn't take any reasoning, it just takes intuition. And it doesn't take any reasoning, even though you could explain why it's correct using reasoning. Like, well, because stench is a synonym for bad smell, and trench is a synonym for ditch. Ergo, according to the rules of the game, that's the correct answer. But obviously, just because something can be explained with reasoning doesn't mean it can't be done without reasoning. So a good example right there, a concept worth understanding and explaining. I like it best when I talk about the ideas in the vacuum like this, because when you start using actual examples of stuff that people care about, then it goes from a delightfully clean kind of thing in a messy world, right? Like, reasoning well is a beautiful, clean thing in a messy world. It'll give you stuff you can actually stand on or fail to, because you can be certain with reasoning, conditionally certain. And life doesn't give you much of that, you know? But despite that beautiful promise of the processes of correctness, it's actually just a sower of endless conflict, because you cannot benefit from the truth without first being unattached to it. You gotta be attached to the process, you know? Every time you move into the regular world, people love the legitimacy that the process affords stuff. But you discover, unlike yourself, other people are not in love with the process. It's just a whore they use to get something. And when you try to tell them, look, this beautiful, clean thing, it's nice and black and white all the way through. And egalitarian. Everybody can use it equally. Everybody uses it the same way if they use it right, you know. And you don't have to be smart or dumb or famous or whatever. Everybody gets to hold others accountable through this beautiful, clean thing. Hold other words accountable. Like, thank you, Lord, for providing us this nice, clean thing to see what sets of words we should accept as explaining things outside of the work we do not, etc. What utopia we'll have now, provided nobody cares about anything outside of this. Instead, you go out in the world and discover every possible piece of good work it could conceivably do runs afoul of someone's sacred cow. What a grand joke that is, huh? Some variation of the same grand joke that I played on myself before life. Or just obvious pitfall I fell into, whatever you want to call it. What superpower do you want, Eric? I want to be correct. Well, that's not helpful to people at all because guess what people don't want? Number one thing they don't want is for the clean, beautiful process to be prioritized over their sacred cow. Even if, like, they've got cancer and your thing is the solution to cancer, they don't care. They're attached to their cancer. They don't want you to delegitimize it through your clean, beautiful methodologies. They don't even mind, right? They're the most cleanest, beautiful thing in the world. So pure and true and just. So divorced from self-interest, from irrelevancies, particularisms. So fundamentally robust in their just framing. Like, what could be more just than reason, than being correct? Being correct, the engine of it is first and foremost, I have no interest in either side. I do not care who's right. Here's who's right. What could be more just than that? You can reliably trust me to tell you two people who are enamored of your interests, like normal animals, you can reliably trust me or somebody exercising the same kind of processes as I have to be as though not a human themselves, just purely interested in who's correct and why. It's the very embodiment of the concept of justice that which one of us is correct about something is not linked at all to who's more important or who's smarter or who's more famous or who's more whatever, but rather to the actual merits of the words that are said. And no king can hide from air when they say bullshit. Their kingdom won't save them at all from the correctness of reason. It also, reason won't be extra harsh on them just because they are kings. Treats everybody the same. All wrongness is anathema to the beautiful, clean, perfect ways of reason. Nothing could be more fair, just, and true, righteous, and perfect. Nothing could be a better example of the highest things of human nature than being able to fairly and correctly adjudicate something using just language and be correct and have your correctness tested because somebody else can check to see you did your work properly and or attained there without nonsense. It's amazing. It is true that in some sense, reason is the most impressive of God's accomplishments, yeah? It's so perfect, good, and just and true that people want its stamp of approval on things that has no business even being around. Like, No. Reason approves. This is the best holiday destination. Well, that's not obviously the cold, clean, beautiful, perfect, fair thing I'm talking about. That's just somebody's personal preferences of where they want to go on vacation. Nothing to do with reason. Look, our Halloween is not just the most fun, it's the most the most approved by reason. So like if people use the word rights, you know. Healthcare is a right. You don't care what the word right means at all. You just note that it has a positive connotation and I want to smear it all over your ugliness. Yes, it's all right. Of course it is. Rights are things that everybody should get to have wherever they want, how they want. I mean, I'm sorry. Rights, having a right means that the government has to give you something for free. Okay. The reason I know I have the right to vote is because the government has to let me die. The reason I know I've got the right to free speech is because the government makes me say all this free stuff. And the reason I know I've got the right to health care is because the government has to give it to me, goddammit! People in there, the point is, okay, fine, maybe you don't want to call it a right. But you have to agree that everybody has to get it from the government. Oh, people, if you absolutely refuse to ever do any good work with words, just don't use them at all. Just grunt, point at things. I don't know, maybe come up with your own set of mystical symbols that represent vagaries. Obviously, they can't actually mean things because if you thought symbols meant things, you wouldn't be using words the way you currently are. But the point is, everybody getting healthcare is both objective and a right. And it's also, like valid and beautiful and a bunch of other things that it can't possibly be. Oh, good God. How did humanity ever get this far? How do we have such this amazing, sane world we live in where by and large justice is upheld? By and large, people have a fair amount of, I'm talking about in America or whatever, have a fair opportunity to figure things out and or like get some second chances in case they mess up. How did we end up with this amazingly just and sensible place called America, despite the fact that anytime you look any specific place in America for like the substance of civic values, the habits and institutions of democracy, so they'll put it or whatever, you find it completely lacking. Not only is it not evident in every American a preference for an objective, dispassionate adjudication of things, it's evident in hardly any American. And our top level leadership could not be any further from the values, that clean, beautiful thing that I'm talking about. That's fair and just, dispassionate, disinterested. It's not some idiot's particularist self smell of their stinky farts and their subjectivities, right? It's humanity at its absolute best. America, we all experience that as norms day in and day out all the time, and yet you can't find evidence of anybody capable remotely of possibly having constructed this. Where did it come from? How is it that once upon a time that judges were sensible people and created a sensible amount of created sensible frameworks for case law? How could it conceivably be the case that at one point people were able to dispassionately enough execute what was correct rather than their interests, that they created a framework for a country that's withstood the myriad different kinds of ways in which people try to violate other people's rights and withstood them all. How? How? I cannot talk to anybody about anything and reliably expect them to be right about anything because it's like this mystical lost art that they've never even heard of. Like, how in the world does a free and civil society of equally empowered individuals correctly operating under the assumption of a justice in their day-to-day lives, how in the world does it exist? I mean, that's the best proof of God possible, is that in this country, which is filled with people who couldn't reason their way out of a fucking paper bag, has maintained this beautiful, free, and civil society. It's it's logically impossible almost, given what we know about the status quo, American expression of self, and prioritization in terms of their purported positions. If we evaluate them in terms of, can I reliably expect this person to be dispassionate, correct, fair, or anything like that? The answer is a result. Nothing's infinitely correct. Infinite would not be the proper kind of adjective to put in front of correct. If I used it, it was purely as hyperbole slash fun time juxtaposing things that don't go together, I guess. Correct is a status that you, it's like a stamp that says this has been checked and verified. And it is what it claims to be and not a fraud. That's all it says. As the inspector of correctness, when I stamp a thing that says whatever this is what it says it is, it's not a fraud. I could still be wrong about that. The only thing I can promise to do is to apply the checking for correctness protocols as best I can. I'm human, I still make mistakes sometimes. Good times create weak people. Bad times create strong people. And strong people create good times. What makes for stubborn idiots? Right. I wouldn't call the resoundingly stubborn idiocy of some people weakness. It's not like I can push them around into being correct or something. Hi, Steve. How you doing? And it's like, this is kind of America I'm talking about, where Steve has a chance to get second chances, learn, grow as a person. I don't necessarily think that Steve's gonna make the same mistakes Steve's made before. It's called justice and truth, right? But what an endangered species has become a person under, I don't know, like 90 voice and actually salient explication of American values. So, how is it the country keeps upholding them? Well, I guess the point of that would be even if it's the case that people are bad at using words to convey information, that's not a necessary part of upholding American values. So, isn't it great how words give us correct and obvious and satisfying answers when you ask a question? It's amazing. Like, I just asked a question, I was able to provide an answer, it was satisfying and correct. So, obviously, words and reason are a lot of ways like a human being, in the sense that when you love them, appreciate them for their strengths and stuff like that, don't try to make them be something they're not, then it's easy to show anybody their many virtues and appealing qualities. On the other hand, when you're like, no, reason, justice, and logic, you don't be beautiful for what you are. You be a whore and do what I want you to do, rather than not, because I don't get the concept that reason can't be done at all properly if you're trying to do something with it, except adjudicate the correctness of things. There's no good way to correctly and dispassionately use an interested calculus. It's logically impossible, a fool's errand, insane notion, and other insulting things. If you start with, how can I use reason to establish my point Z, you already disqualify yourself from using reason. That's not what we use reason for. We don't use reason to prove this or that. We use reason to determine if somebody's purported justifications actually withstand scrutiny. You have to be not on either side of the question, just interested in being correct for every question, all the time, or else You're just one of the people who's trying to treat reason like a whore rather than actually respecting it. It's one of the myriad people who try to treat this beautiful, noble, just and true evaluation strategy slash tool slash get birthright of humanity. And you're trying to say, no, its job is not to correctly and dispassionately, from neither side's perspective, is determine what's correct. Its job is instead to be your whore to prove whatever the fuck you care about in the most obviously contraindicated by reason conceivable universe, you know? Obviously, you can't use a fair and righteous judge to do the work of the cartel. You also can't expect a fair and righteous judge to rule against somebody just because you say they're in the cartel. You can expect them to do one thing only: evaluate things on their merits without giving a fuck who wins. Okay, but wouldn't it be great if you used that power on my team where we're trying to do something? No, it would be great if you got the fuck out and stopped treating reason like a whore. That would be great. Okay, you've got actually smart people somewhere doing actual dispassionate dialectic work, and in their processes, they end up with certain terms like ontological or whatever, and you got these people come and they grab the terms and they just slap it onto whatever bullshit they're saying to make it sound more fancy or something, and I think like, what the fuck these morons think they're accomplishing by using these words wrong? Joke's on me. Other people are actually impressed by it and convinced by it. It's so fucking ridiculous. I don't even know what to say about how is it that we live in this wonderful world and it hasn't completely fallen into a cesspool of shittiness when nobody can even do the fundamental building block of civility, which is respond to what's said, address what's said on point. You know, like treat words as though they mean things rather than they're just another whore for you to get what you want. Ah, I've had a rough couple of days, and this is what happens when I argue with people who aren't trying to excise their own wrongness when they encounter it. They're not. It's like, here I am, this wonderful diagnostic tool at your disposal. Now you can excise your wrongness. They don't want to excise the wrongness. It's their precious, beautiful wrongness. They insist both that I not excise it with my correctness and that I don't know what I'm doing as a surgeon. Oh my God. That's my bad. That's my bad. They called me up. They said, hey, you want to come play surgery with me? And if I presumed for some god unknown reason that they were qualified to do that, that's entirely on me. And really, when you think about it that way, it's pretty obvious what a huge, magnificently stupid idiot I am if I'm walking into conversations with assumptions like this guy is going to use words correctly or something, or know, or you know, he's not going to appall me by just like shitting all over everything that matters, well, why would I ever have assumed that? And I said, well, you're giving them the benefit of the doubt. It's basically me having too much faith in words. I'm saying, I can establish this. Oh, really? That's interesting. He doesn't mean that. He means I got I got my unsubstantiated shit that I got dressed up in the clothes of something that I think you like. So that maybe you'll want to buy what I'm selling. Fact is, I already own what he's selling. I own a better version of it. There's some kind of fundamental dishonesty there too, because it's like it can't possibly be the case that he was actually convinced to become a Christian by that incredibly bad argument. if if you're going to be convinced by argumentation to become a Christian, and that's the standard of argumentation that you're going to be convinced by, then there are a myriad other bullshit reasons that would be equally convincing. Most importantly, there's a level of dishonesty because he kind of explicitly said eventually that this is a way to make Christianity palatable to people who don't already believe in it. Except it's just a bait and switch, right? Like, well, in my fantasy world, I'm going to pretend that Christianity is not a religious faith; it's a school of philosophy. Like epistemology or ontology or something. And therefore, reason-based people are gonna go, have I been eating this faith-based thing the whole time? It, obviously, I don't even know what to say about it. It's, I guess the most insidious thing about it is that its host is a nice guy who has no idea what he's doing. And it's almost impossible for any right thinking person who's hammering this ridiculousness to not inflict some damage on him in the process. He's not, he's colorblind in those areas. He doesn't even know what's going on. In his mind, he's solving a problem, sort of like there's this population of people over there who are like, gosh, if only somebody would bring me Christianity dressed up as a logical proof, then I could buy into it. But until somebody does, I don't have good enough reason to be Christian to believe in it intellectually, and that's the only thing standing in my way. This population of people obviously does not exist. Nobody determines their faith through through proofs that the engine of which is essentially equivocation, reification, non-definition, etc. If you're going to do that bad of a job of reasoning, then you shouldn't use reasoning as your justification for picking a religion, obviously. Like, well, we've evaluated the offerings of the Muslims, the Buddhists, the Hindus, Christians, all different religions. I have to tell you, hon, as examples of reasoning, these offerings they left us is incredibly low quality. It's like at best, you'd say fit for animal consumption. Maybe the number one best you could get away with feeding it to people if they don't get sick. But I mean, if we're evaluating them as food, in other words, I'd say they fail completely. But if you're evaluating them against each other, well, it's not food, but this one's better. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. Ergo, I'm picking, let's see, Christianity, because it has the best sub food grade level facsimile of reasoning. Is that a universe in which any of us want to live, where people select between the equivalent of U.S. presidential candidates and try to pick out which one is less offensively diverges less offensively from the norm that we ideally like them to uphold? Is that how we pick religions? Well, this unabashed and obvious attempt at philosophy theater executed by somebody with an agenda, obviously. In other words, it's not like some actual disinterested party went through and said, all right, well, like I was sitting around one day, I was just curious, like, if I were to prove God, what would it be like? And I came up with this brilliant insight. This. Basically, if I were to prove God, what I'd do is I'd take some philosophy words and I'd make kind of a long distance from the end of this sentence to this sentence and say during that intervening time, some justifications must have happened. Now, what a horrible thing. Across the board. Everything about it is so horrible. And it's all in response to what? A simple video where I explain what it's done to argue about God and how it's pointless. The Christians who try to prove God exists are on a fool's errand. You know, it's like they're working against the interests of their own immortal soul, so to speak. Atheists are on a fool's errand too. They're saying, your child's nursery rhyme is irresponsible. If you always tell rain to go away and come again another day, it'll never rain. Yeah, that's what atheists are doing. You cannot possibly believe that controls the rain. And shit, like, you don't get the idea of a sing-songy thing that you sing for a certain reason. Like, when I sing Mary Had a Little Lamb, I'm not providing an exposition on what happened today. Anywho, well, you know, what I had a little bit of problem with earlier is, oh God, Eric, you're just on drugs and off the rail and just, and just spewing endless things without paying attention to anything or caring about the things you're supposed to be caring about, or whatever. And then I say, I know what'll help with that. I should take mushrooms. That'll help solve that problem. Well, perhaps unsurprisingly, it's just made the problem worse. Or it's another example of Eric going off the rails with self-indulgence and debauchery. All this time and energy directed towards, I'm really gonna buckle down and be a grown-up and have a little self-discipline. And set easy to meet goals for myself. All this stuff. And I do a better job of consuming alcohol this month. I'm, I'm gonna try to keep things within sensible business hours. What? You could not. It's like that. The end of that movie where, oh, what's it called? Where Valhalla is being beaten up by the Titan, and it's all. That guy's like, "I was gonna come on, you can save it." No, it's just like that. All of my hopes and dreams and talk and everything, instead of saying, "Oh, look at you, Eric. You're not doing a good job of being self-disciplined at all. You're just indulging yourself and doing a bunch of drugs and yammering for hours, just like you always do." And so, what's my solution to it? To do it even worse. Well, that's what you call a problem child. And that's what you call a problem child right there. Somebody is just, you tell them, "I want you to eat more carrots," or eat no carrots. Tell them, "I want you to stop eating carrots and eat a lot of carrots." I'm a problem child. Across the board, I'm just a straight up problem child. If you tell me to stop eating carrots, I'll eat a lot of carrots. And if you tell me to eat more carrots, I'll stop eating carrots. Except instead of you, it's me. If I tell me that I should eat more carrots, there's no way I'm eating carrots for months. If I tell me that I'm eating too many carrots, I'm just gonna start eating more carrots. It's like, yeah, I might actually be eating hardly any carrots, but if you tell me you're eating too many carrots, all of a sudden I'm gonna have this passionate desire to eat carrots. As if I tell me that. If I tell me I need to do this thing by this day, somehow what it means is I will not do this thing by that day. If I tell me that I'm gonna meow meow tomorrow or soon or whatever, I'm definitely not gonna meow meow. Even if I don't tell anybody else about it, I'm just telling me. Only I know this conversation happened. Doesn't matter. I should never have said anything to me because I refuse to obey anything. Oh, you don't want me to binge on the Adderall so much this month, huh? Well, how do you like me now, motherfucker? It doesn't matter how much that the good me is correct or have our interest in mind or wants what's best for others or any of those things. So who's the bad me? It's me, this Eric that actually is in charge. The evil me accidentally got put in charge of the ship rather than the good me. Because I am the quintessential example of evil. I don't make my decisions based on reason or logic or justifications at all, or what's best, even impact calculi. Just what I feel like doing right now, or else I'm a little baby. what's a what's a better definition of evil than that? Of course, that's in life. Where's the alternative in life? What I'm saying, right? Like, obviously, what I'm saying takes up hours that could be directed towards other things in life. And that might be a legitimate critique of my life. But it's not a critique of what I'm saying. I'm absolutely horrible at being a human being, like a self-interested human being. I'm not like bad like other people or not compassionate. They're kind of evil, but I'm absolutely horrible at being Eric. But I'm unparalleledly great at saying things. Like things I'm saying are correct, are exclusively correct, and by and large, everybody in the world would call me delusional for saying so. I don't know. This is the this is the weird combination of things that I find myself living. Things are always very gray when I'm talking about your actual life and yourself, your feelings, what's important, and all that kind of stuff. It's all very confusing and not particularly subject to deliberation necessarily. It doesn't matter how much time you spend trying to figure out if a given feeling is correct or not. You're still trying to design a building by dancing. The problem isn't going to be solved with more dancing. Like, well, I've been thinking about this a long time now. Why haven't I solved this thing? Well, because you're trying to do more dancing, whereas the goal is to design a building. So it might be the case that part of the problem in the status quo, preventing this building from getting built, is insufficient dancing. But my point would be, even if you definitely fulfilled all the necessary amount of dancing, we still would have 99.99999% of the work of designing a building to do. So maybe the 64 hours you guys spent dancing, you really are, as your club name suggests, a club of building supporters. You really want to help build a building. I just politely, respectfully point out that dancing probably isn't the best way to help. I know, I get it. Dancing could inspire people who are doing work related to building, maybe. Dancing could provide a nice vehicle of fun during our off time when we're not building the building. Well, I don't get why you're insisting, though, that I can only enjoy your dancing if I agree that it counts as building a building. Because that's what you're zoned for, huh? I see. That explains the name on this. Lewis and Sons Construction Co. I was a little bit surprised to just see you dancing in here. Oh, I see. I get it. You're zoned to do construction. You could build a house here, but you're not zoned for dancing. Ergo, to legally dance, you have to position it as proof to the state that you're actually building a house. Okay, well, now it makes sense. You are, in fact, from my perspective, building a house. And I absolutely support your right here on your own property to build houses by dancing if you want to. You seem to have mental issues and remind me of my Uncle Cecil, yet knowing you are emotionally can't be certain. I mean, first and foremost, am I looking for a diagnosis? Has there been any indication that you could possibly have gotten that I would be interested in hearing a diagnosis at all? Second of all, if I did seek a diagnosis, why in the world would I want one from somebody named Teabag C3C? A totally random person. I have no idea who they are behind the screen. They won't even use they don't actually have their name even, let alone claim to be some kind of professional diagnoser of mental problems. So, given your state of various delusions implicit in that, I'm going to go ahead and suggest that you may have early onset dementia. Oh, my bad. You're actually just trying to be provocative. Well, mission accomplished, I guess. Congratulations. The 49ers, why are you even still trying at this point? 34-6. Well, I guess I was mildly disappointed when the Bills lost earlier because I was rooting for them, but overall I was pleased with a good game. In this instance, I'm more disappointed by the fact that it was just a blowout than by the fact the Niners lost because I didn't really have any expectations the Niners would win this one. I'm tripping pretty good, actually. Pretty nice. I was prior to starting to trip hard. I think I was working into a complaining about how I don't trip hard anymore. I seem to be less off calm or something. I think that's just a anything else to contribute aside from judgmental, rude remarks. I don't think that Teabag is actually being discourteous. Either he's attempting to actively attempting to insult me, like he wants to hurt my feelings. I mean, or he's just being provocative. He wants a response of some kind, or um, or what you said. It's possible to who knows? Who knows what his motivation is? Maybe he's totally authentic and he genuinely has concern for my mental well-being, and I'm giving a couple of indicators to him that maybe something's going on with me mentally. If that's the case, I would just say, what in the world standard are you comparing against? You certainly couldn't possibly have derived that concern by, say, looking at a benchmark from months ago and evaluating comparison contrast against now, noting a difference in my cognitive abilities. And it's inconceivable that anybody who's not either extremely stupid or has an agenda to the other to one side, to conceivably say evaluating my cognition on its merits in a vacuum, not against other examples of me, but against the general populace, that in fact I'm demonstrating some kind of cognitive disability. You'd have to be incredible. You have to be impossibly bad at comparing things. So basically, we return to the obvious conclusion, which is you're either don't like me, try to delegitimize me. In other words, spiteful in some regard. Or you're just being provocative. I'm guessing the former, not the second, but could be wrong. And that's what makes it a guess. It's irrelevant anyway. Like, if you're spiteful and you're trying to be subtle or sneaky about it, well, you know, won't do any good to tell a spite monkey that obviously you can't like sneak up and surprise me with spite. You're not going to convince me that this spite sandwich is actually a hot dog by putting the ketchup and mustard over it. That's not the case. But regardless, I could be convinced potentially that what I call spite, what I thought was a spite sandwich is simply actually a generally provocative sandwich that you would serve to anybody. It's not specific to me. That's the difference between spite or provocative, right? If you're just generally provocative, you go to whatever channel and say the same kind of things, to provoke some kind of response. If you're spiteful, then you're trying to get under my skin specifically. You're not counting on the general provocative nature of the thing you're saying to provoke anybody, any average person. So, once again, I do my normal thing. Somebody comes in and tries to serve me either a spite sandwich or a provocation sandwich. For some reason, I invite them in and give them a lesson on the difference between spite and provocation sandwiches and send them on their way. Why do I do that? I don't know. It's just you hand me a cardboard box, and my first instinct is to explain it somehow. Well, this cardboard box is defined by the fact that, like most boxes, it's that's just what I do. I just explain things. Put anything, give me anything, and say nothing to me. Present me with something but say nothing. I guess they want me to explain this. It could be a random moment in the world. I guess I'm supposed to explain this. Supposed to by somebody. I'm not sure. Like, we're going to show you some pictures, Eric, and you tell us what's the thing that goes with it. For example, here's a picture of a bee hive, and here's a picture of a beekeeper. What goes with it? Honey is the correct answer, and here is this example. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, okay, I see. Let's show a picture of a cow and a pail. You want me to explain what people do to get milk into the pail? Is that what you're trying to say? I could explain that for you if you'd like. No, you're supposed to say milk, Eric. Okay, let's try another one. Here's a picture of a crown the king wears and a guillotine. What goes together with those things? You want me to explain what guillotines are? No, Eric, we don't want you to explain anything. Well, are you saying the correct answer is not an explanation? That seems unlikely. The correct answer, by the way, was the French Revolution or Louis XIV. In case you were wondering, what's the thing that goes with a crown and a guillotine? You may also be wondering, what's the thing that goes with a cow and a bucket? It's milk. That's the thing that goes with those. You play that game for lots of stuff. What's the thing that goes with a picture of an ice wall and a boat frustratingly sailing around a circle? Well, the answer is the Earth is flat, everybody. As flat as a pancake. Maybe even flatter. The thing about it is, arguments like that is, okay. So I'm assuming by the fact that we're having this argument that you finalized your decision to sail to the end of the earth. You know, I'm trying to get from here to America. I need to know what shape roughly the world is. Is it a cube? Is it a pyramid? Is it flat? What is it? I need to know because the answer of how to get from here to there depends on what shape it is. For example, if it's a cube, then I have to go over here and then go down for a while. Whereas if it's a pyramid, you might think I just draw a straight line from here to there. Doesn't work like that if the earth is different shapes. So we need to determine for sure which shape is right. Okay, then fine. Fine, let's have this argument at that point. I get it. We need to have this argument because you're trying to determine something. You're trying to determine if this sea voyage is going to have a sharp 90-degree cliff going down part. I'd want to know that too. I don't want to be in a boat that has to go down a 90-degree cliff. I also don't want to run the risk of getting stuck on the point if the earth is a pyramid. Imagine you're trying to sail from here to here, but you have to go all the way to the top of the pyramid first. What if you get stuck at the top and you didn't bring any sunscreen? So then fine. Let's all have the argument about what shape the world is. Because I get it. You need to make maps to say how you're going to get from here across the ocean. If you are not explaining your sea route using logic of the shape of the planet, then why in the world would anybody want to argue about that, even in the most charitable charitable understanding of things? And of course, if you are planning routes like airplane routes and stuff, then you don't have this discussion about maybe the world's a different shape because it obviously isn't. I mean, if you made your airplane routes predicated on the idea the Earth was a pyramid shape, they'd be wrong. You wouldn't get where you thought you were going to get. It'd be like, all right, look, this airplane trip is going to take 16 hours, this much fuel, we're putting these headings and stuff, and then we'll end up in Oslo. Well, if what you've done is factor into the trip You have to go over that giant pyramid in the middle. Well, then, when you actually think you're in Oslo, you'll be well past it. Maybe in Russia, and you could get shot down there. So, obviously, don't make your airplane trip assuming you're going to have to fly over a giant pyramid. That's my point. This is a good mushroom trip. I'm pleased with the amount of mushrooms I ate. I don't feel shortchanged at all from like, like not, sometimes you don't eat quite enough. It's as though you're watching black and white TV. It's still TV, but like, wouldn't it be better if you put some color into it? This time we're definitely here in full color TV era. I wouldn't say that we're like in super high definition plasma screen TV levels of mushroom trips, but I'm tripping pretty good. It's also hard to tell how hard you're tripping on mushrooms a lot of times because the various ways that one might try to use as benchmarks for how hard you're tripping. Well, they're not necessarily very reliable benchmarks as mushroom. Sometimes I have mushroom trips where I've got super strong visuals, but I don't really feel like I'm tripping that much in my head. But, trying to measure directly how hard you're tripping by how much I feel like I'm tripping in my head is kind of a hard thing to measure. It's not a really, not really reliable measurement, you know? Well, the good thing for me is whether I think I'm smart or not, hopefully almost never am I thinking about that question. But the good news is, let's pretend I was thinking about that question about whether or not I'm smart. I would always have the same answer. Who fucking cares? Nothing I've ever said has been warranted, let's say justified, by because I'm smart. So I could not give a fuck less if my correct status is moron or genius or something else. None of those things are meaningful terms that mean anything. What does matter are things that can be evaluated independently of the person who says them. I care a lot about whether I was smart if I had any kind of arguments predicated on that warrant, but obviously I don't. Because regardless of whether I'm smart, I'm not bad at arguing. Eric, you're losing your mind. Did you miss the makeup tutorial yet? No, I've been, I guess, being coy, kind of dick teasing the audience. I keep saying we're going to get to it, but keep pushing it back till later. What's my opinion of simulation theory? It's like a non-falsifiable claim. Simulation theory, as expressed by, which is basically like we can extrapolate from existing progress in simulations and lifelikeness in simulations to conclude that eventually we'll be able to simulate things so perfectly and seamlessly that nobody can tell the difference. And the chance that we're the base simulation, first one, like is infinitesimally small. So yes, it's definitely a simulation. It's like more or less definitely like 99.99% chance it is. If that's the argument you're talking about, well, that's obviously nonsense. But properly argued is you'd say that it's something like it's preferable to think that we're in a simulation and an actual reality because there are all these things that can't be explained in actual reality, but could be explained easily enough if it were just simulation, because it would be like they're not actually having to count all that money. These show a graphic of pretend that money's being counted because in the end they're not keeping track of numbers or something. They're just concerned about you getting the illusion that economic activities happening there, not the normal concerns about actual economic activity. So accordingly, certain kinds of impossible to explain things, such as where species come from, the the piece of evidence that enough evidence to one could position it like this anyway, to convince people that things have evolved, but when you actually test it, it never works. That would be something like a simulation would do, where what matters to them is that you get the idea that this is how this thing came to be. It doesn't matter that we keep that mechanism actual in the present because for some reason on our from our frame of reference, what matters is that you know the correct answer in the actual world, not that the mechanisms of it be actual in the simulated world. See what I'm saying? So, simulation theory as a way to say prefer simulation as more likely than not because it resolves all these questions that reality doesn't resolve. Well, I think that's fine. Because in that instance, you're just saying if you're going to make an affirmation as to the question of single, consistent, internally consistent, and naturally occurring single universe with laws that purportedly will consistently occur because that's what they actually are, versus somebody trying to make a model of those things, right? Like, I can model how the planets go around without actually using gravity as the mechanism that keeps them a certain distance and stuff, right? So, hopefully, everybody gets what I'm saying about simulation theory, which is there's different kinds of claims that can be made regarding the possibility that this is a simulation. It's also important to remember that there's a couple different frames of simulation through which simulation can occur. Like, could be talking about matrix style simulation where your actual physical body is outside somewhere and you have a brain that's having this stuff simulated onto. Or you could be talking about like a sim in The Sims, where the people themselves, you yourself, are simulated to be part of the sim, to be observed by some third party, or maybe nudged in various directions by some third party for their reasons that we have no way of knowing about. So the bottom line is, whenever we talk about simulation, they should first specify: are they, are you real, and the world is simulated, the experience is simulated and stuff, or are you yourself a simulation, and there is no real body you somewhere else? Because if the argument is we are all ourselves simulations, and there's no mind or attention for whom the simulation is being simulated implicit to you, who you are, well then, yeah, that's all well and good. I guess we've just been simulated to have this conversation about simulations, and who knows why we're simulated. I think it didn't answer any questions. Like, it's not falsifiable. Various things. It makes some predictions, but they're predicated on assumptions about simulations we have because of our status quo understanding of simulations, which, even if simulated, is not complete. At the end of the day, it's a silly idea, like determinism, right? Like, nobody's gonna live their life as though everything they do, say, think, whatever is predetermined. There's no actual free choice. Nobody's gonna exist in the world by treating others as such. Like, well, I know you robbed my house, but no point in holding you accountable for any of it because it's all destined to happen in advance. And you had no power to make any actual choices. It was just an illusion. Well, all you need to do to falsify determinism is take a step into the world and live as actuality is. Same thing with this shit. It's like, garbage, everything's all imaginary. Okay. It's like, it all just feels like stuff 13-year-olds do. Okay, yeah, okay, let's talk about that. What if actually none of this is real and it's just all I'm a slave and you're having a dream next door? It all seems like things 13-year-olds come up with. Imagine like this gathering of 13-year-olds. One of them is sorry to inform you all. I don't mean, I hope I don't provoke and shock you. I've got some news. God doesn't exist. And then the next one's like, well, I got some news for you too. You think you got free will? Free will's an illusion. And then like this third one comes in with his, oh, I'm gonna blow your mind. You think this is reality? It's actually all a simulation. We'll have the fourth one come in and say, I've got a secret that only the great mystics knew. Everything is one. 13-year-olds and the The 13-year-old's profundity club is a great gathering place of absurdly juvenile ideas. Our shroom simulation? Oh. Hmm. Well, I mean, maybe this is a simulated shroom trip. You can check your shroom trip to make sure it's authentic. How to spot a simulated shroom trip. Do you find that only some parts of the world are moving around, but others are look like normal? It's a decent chance you've got a simulated shroom trip. Fact. This is not just unfair, it's a crime. Fraudulent shroom trips are criminally prosecutable as under anti-fraud statutes. If you purchased a simulated shroom trip, it needed to have been clearly labeled, "This is not a real shroom trip." This is for entertainment purposes only. More properly deemed a joke or gag. Like, hey, you want to eat these shrooms? Psych, they don't work. That's like the worst practical joke in history. Hey, bro, you want to eat some shrooms? Here's the whole, yeah, have the whole eighth. Go ahead. Really? Oh. Like, hour later, like, how you like those shrooms? I don't feel anything. Ah, I got you. Those were regular mushrooms. That's the worst practical joke in history. Oh, what? How did I somehow not notice that I was eating regular mushrooms? Like somebody tried to give me some like button mushrooms or chanterelles. Oh, these are psychedelic, huh? All right. Would never happen. Here, I got you some psychedelic mushrooms to give you like chanterelles. Still the package from the store. Okay, yeah, those aren't psychedelic mushrooms. I can tell you that. I don't know. What's going on? Rachel? I gotta find her. She's upset or something. Having dopamine crash. I guess I should end the stream probably. But I just gotta plug in the phone and see what's going on. Because I understand what's happening. It's just a brain chemistry thing. Rachel! Are you down here? She's upstairs. You okay? Want to see Mom? The old kind of trash bag. I see. Yeah, it's the very predictable government crash. I am experiencing the terrible valley, the price to pay for the decision I made to have fun over there. But maybe it's just that. Maybe it's that Eric doesn't love me and is going to leave me. Maybe that's why I feel this way. No, that's not it. Good guess, but no. Once again, I have to disappoint you. That's not why you feel this way. Not because I don't love you and I'm going to leave you. Instead, it's because the same reason when you're hungover, right? The fact that you're hungover is not a good reason to think your spouse doesn't love you. But I get it. You're hungover badly enough. You're willing to think anything. Anyway, I don't even take light of it. She's just, having dopamine valley turned into fear. And hopefully some reassurance does some good. Some reminder that, the feelings are real, the stories are not. In other words, just another great example of how we cannot trust our feelings. Fundamentally untrustworthy things, those trusting feelings. Oh, God damn it. What day is it? Oh, no! What day is it? Oh, no, it's not. Okay. Okay. Phew. I thought maybe it was Monday for a second. And I had missed trash day. Because we're running out of trash can room. We need the trash people to come take the trash away. If it were Monday night right now, That would be a huge catastrophe. It'd be like, oh no, I missed Turkey. It's a big deal now to get trash picked up only once every 2 weeks. If I miss trash day, it's oh. By the time the trash people come, all the trash cans are completely full. There's no let's oh well get them 2 weeks from now. There's no place else to put any trash. John C. Summer to expect anyone, someone, or other to talk to him. What you may have noticed tonight is that Eric's done a poor job of reading the chat, paying attention to anything. You know, let's see. I got this looks like a really interesting thing that you're talking about. Meanwhile, the football game is dominating the screen square footage is either over or functionally over. I haven't been paying any attention to it anyway for a while. Well, I've got crazy visuals. I don't normally spend a lot of time paying attention to how things look, but seeing the way the stuff on TV looks, I guess I'm tripping pretty good because I haven't paid any attention to the chat, etc. It's a good sign that I'm tripping pretty hard. I did eat more than an eighth, but I wouldn't say I ate anywhere close to a quarter. Like it's just like an eighth plus 1 or 2 stabs, which is not very much mushrooms to take. I'm kind of pleasantly surprised I'm pretty much hard out. What was I doing? Oh, right. I was trying to look at all that linguistic stuff before I got a little distracted. The fact that it was in this half tab thing. It would be a lot easier to see when it's the only thing I'm looking at. Okay. Feel a little bit more oxygenated. I I have felt a little bit oxygen deprived. Um, which happen a lot when I'm talking incessantly. It'll happen. Like, okay, slow down, Eric. Stop. You need to inhale, not just exhale. It's so strange when, not strange, it's this weird thing that happens when, like, that guy who was in here before first accused me of having some sort of mental disability or something. And then as he was leaving, he basically said, you're a guy who thinks he's a lot smarter than he is, or something like that. You know, it's just a fundamental, like, frame conflict in that he thinks that everything I'm saying is somehow about me. From his perspective, everything I'm saying is telling him a story about Eric. It's not telling him any story about what I'm actually telling a story about. What it's revealing is that when he says things that sound smart, quote unquote, the reason he says them is to make people think he's smart, or because he's trying to show himself how smart he is, maybe. So accordingly, there's things Eric's saying sound to him smart. Accordingly, I must be saying them because I want to believe myself to be smart, convince others I'm smart, or so whatever. Of course, nothing I'm saying ever has anything to do with being smart. Nothing to do at all with it. It's not about that. It's not justified about that. By that, nothing at all. Not a single word I say could correctly be understood to be have anything to do with me. But that's just the difference between the ways people use words, and how and exemplary of how people project their way on others, I guess, and how we all do. Like, why am I shocked and outraged? Because their frame conflicts with mine, which also happens to be wrong. Good enough independent reason to dislike it. Right, I was gonna read that linguistic stuff and then I forgot and I started talking about whatever again. Because I'm just like this person who doesn't have any actual agency, decision making power. I just go and I'm like slave to my job of contradicting wrongness or something, which is insane, wrong, incorrect. That's how I live and seem to standard which I expect myself to uphold. Like, do I expect myself to be selective and efficiently counter wrongnesses based on the significance of them? Apparently not at all. So I may be like the robot the city made to counter wrongness, but just as likely I'll spend all 16 hours of my shift explaining why the plural of leaf is leaves. Why the Toronto Maple Leafs have misspelled their name. As I am correcting any wrongness of any significance. So, who's really the wrong one? It's me, isn't it? In a non-literal metaphorical sense. But a larger sense of who learned life lessons? Who learned life lessons is not a good definition for wrong. like, look, instead of saying they're wrong, shouldn't we just say they've learned life lessons? I mean, they've only learned life lessons once we get them to agree that they're wrong. Okay, let me actually read these things. Okay, so I mean, this completely ADHD monkey. I don't even have any cigarettes. I don't think. I'll still go outside to smoke one like 50 times, and come back inside. Not sure why I came back inside or what's preventing me from smoking one. Go back outside, discover outside Once again, I don't have a cigarette, but never really consciously think about it a lot. So I just go back and forth as I'm talking. It's insane. It just goes to show you how a person's dominant function, like, obviously, I'm not paying attention to banalities like making this cigarette smoking happen. I'm paying attention to what I'm saying. It's like if I could be correct with all these words and also pay attention to what I'm doing in the physical world, I'd be quite the man about town. But nobody gets to be, like, I'm doing an excellent job of reading this book and playing golf at the same time. Maybe those two things. Playing golf doesn't seem especially exclusive of reading a book. I guess it's kind of like cognitive functions. I can read a book and play golf at the same time, but mostly I'm gonna be paying attention to the book. My golf game's gonna suffer a lot, And the reason I'm probably gonna be reading the book is because almost always I'm gonna care more about the book than getting the ball in the hole. Just because if I do want to go outside from exercise, fine, but if I'm competing against the other guy to see who wins the golf game, he's already won. I'm a bad golfer. Oh, you might say, well, he could be an even worse golfer, Eric. Maybe you should be paying attention to golfing and put that book down already. And then you can win this golf game. I didn't mention it before, but the winner of this golf game from you and this guy gets $1 million. Now, don't you feel bad about reading that book? Why, what if you told me this before? I was reading the book predicated on the assumption that this golf game didn't matter at all. You can't then, like, surprise me with this incredibly pertinent detail and shame me for not having accounted for it before I knew it. That doesn't seem fair. God, why did I ever sign up for this? Joe Thompson's golf and read fun camp. It sounds like a good idea. You read books, you like golf at the same time. But now that I'm actually doing it, I thought I was fine. Then you pulled a surprise on me. Aha! Joke's on you, Reedy Pants. You just lost $1 million. Why are we golfing and reading at the same time again? I'm sure there's a good reason. I must be tripping hard because I cannot pay attention to anything for any length of time at all. Make the Eric Galaxy crash into the Ericy way. I don't know. People who put up with me, who keep coming around and stuff, they are my heroes, and I'm super impressed with them because, like, what a difficult person I am. Like, sometimes I'm making jokes and laughing. Sometimes I'm yelling at people for being wrong. Um, And they go on extended rants about how the universe, people in it, are not as they should be. I went, well, Gary, and they're kind of, it's just your opinion of how things should be different. Hey, no, I am right about it. Things should be this way and not this other way. For example, did you know that all tortillas should be flour tortillas? There's no good enough reason to make corn tortillas at all? It's true. One of the main things you'll learn from me, Eric, purveyor of the way things should be. Like, one of the ways that things should be is that Mexico should spend even more money on its navy. Because, not because I think that they should have more updated technological boats from wooden boats, but I think that they should have more wooden boats. But the way to properly face tanks isn't by having another your equivalent technological advancement. The best way to do it is to just throw more infantrymen at it. The best way to defeat a machine gun nest is to charge at it with scimitars. Not working? Not enough scimitars. Well, have you tried more scimitars? I'm pretty sure if your existing system's not working, then you need to put more of it. God, I'm so out of trash because this is it's one of those horrible S things, right? Like I keep encountering the same problem over and over again. There isn't a trash can right there to put those trash bags into. If I want to get the last trash can, I have to walk over there and get it and bring it back over here. And until I do that, I will continue to encounter the same problem. I will continue to encounter this frustration of having all these bags of trash that need to be put somewhere and no place to put them. And even when I do get this can and I fill it up with these trash bags, I can already tell I'm going to have well more trash bags than can fit in this trash can. So, what that means is I've done a poor job of compacting this cycle. So it's like, oh, it's fine. The trash just got picked up. I'll just put in this uncompacted bag of luxurious trash. It's fine. This will never come back to haunt me. Oh, yes, it will, you dumbass. Now look. It's Saturday. It's dark outside. You have no idea what you're doing. You're just knocking trash cans over. This one's already full. Oh my god. Oh, I see. This is the wrong one. That's fine. See, this is why you shouldn't do things in the dark. I just tried to knock what I thought must be water out of an empty trash can. Instead, I was knocking over a trash can that's already filled with trash bags. That's why you shouldn't do things in the dark. Or maybe it's not a real reason why you shouldn't do things in the dark per se. It's one of the possible consequences you will incur. It's just a reason not to if your goal is I want to knock over the right trash can. Wow. I'm thoroughly off the rails. Like, okay, Eric. Time to wind down the full throttle binge a bit here. There's always a price to pay, when I go hog wild and this stuff. Like, I take enough drugs that I could just talk and talk and talk and definitely argue about things, be lost in the moment all the time. There's always a price to pay at the end where its currency is regret, shame, and a sense of time ill spent, I suppose. May also include like, oh, I was callous and not very mindful and dealing with that person, what have you. Well, I don't typically have a ton of that because usually people really have to be stubborn to get me to a point where I'm just laying into them. They've had to ignore me many, many times, ignore what I'm saying many times. Because, a person, if I say something, the person ignores it, the first many times I'm going to default to, they don't understand, I need to explain it differently and or better. It's only after many, many times that I finally say, okay, this person is not just failing to understand, they are actively trying not to respond to what I said. They're not affording any common courtesy about, like, that they expect from me, right? When they say things to me, they expect me to give the things they say a fair evaluation, and if they're if they win on their merits, to behave accordingly. When they come and tell me about that, like, the reason Adam and Eve is because all these oxen something. I go, oxen? What does that have to do with Adam and Eve? I respond to what they say. They expect me to hear what they say and respond to it. If they say, well, look, we can both agree that the sun rises in the east, right? I say, sure. They expect me to be reasonable and agree with that. But then when I say, okay, now here's my words. What about how we also expect disinterested, fair, just treatment of those? Oh, no. Look, I'm just saying I want things to be adjudicated independently, fairly, correctly, on its merits, in my favor, because I'm right. Because I'm me. And that's what matters. It's like um, you have a judge that always sides with somebody because they're bought off or what have you. But they write decisions in each case. And somebody saying, well, obviously this is justice. But this argument here makes sense. Well, fine enough, I suppose, but Just because an argument makes sense doesn't mean that there's justice, because that's why the concepts of good and bad faith exist. Okay, now I've got empty trash cans with no bags in them. God, this trash problem is just, oh my God, what a fucking disaster area this place is. Somebody needs to get on their shit, Eric. Maybe you need to get on your shit. What are you doing? Why do you let it get like this? Why are you such a fucking Eric all the time? Why do you constantly do these binge, binge whale cycles and pretend like this time's gonna be different? What is wrong with you? You're Eric through and through. There's no saving you from that, I guess. Oh. It's like, let's make a machine that's optimized for hating himself. Well, you've done a good job of that. All this other life stuff is just kind of like ancillary happenstance to making me hate myself. Like, I'm sorry we had to put you through that stuff, but, you know, you had to do your job of hating yourself. Couldn't you have made me hate myself in some less insane way? No. Well, as a character, we couldn't have you be evil or actually hurt people. And we also couldn't let you manage your own life at all, basically, successfully. Or be correctly good about yourself. Because if we let that happen, then, you know, you'd have self-interest and stuff. Like, we're run afoul of the other stuff. Look at all this trash. Just look at all of this trash. Why is it all here? Where am I going to put it all? Oh, I hate stuff like this. Like, I cleaned you sometime at a point, right? Just stay that way. I had these trash cans emptied with fresh bags with nothing in them. Just stay that way. It's like, oh my God, didn't I just clean this dish like yesterday? Stay clean, for fuck's sake. It's like, surely this species are doing something terribly wrong if for us to eat food, we have to first dirty all of these dishes and then clean them. That cannot be how evolution intended it. I refuse to accept that we humans evolved into the master creatures we are just so that we have to do all of this dirtying of dishes and work to eat something, and then afterward do all this additional work just to eat something. What other animal has to do that much work to eat something? Nothing. No other animal. Can you imagine, like, if a hawk had to, for it ate a rodent, and take it back home, take out all the buns and everything, bring out the pot and pan, cook it, you know, let it rest, and then eventually clean up all the dishes. That bird would starve. Hi, darling, how are you doing? You know, anything better than horrifying distress is a good thing for right now, you know?
What?
Said anything better than horrifying distress is good for where you are right now in your cycle. So expect have very mild things to go yay, right? Because at least it's not that horrible despair. It's a little bit better than I can get up and go to the other room. That's all I'm saying. Trying to be encouraging. Maybe failing utterly, I'm sure.
No, you're fine.
I'll be right there with you in a couple of days for sure. And then you'll be like, "You okay?" No, I'm not okay. Everything's terrible. Well, that's emotions for you. It's like they're never fair, always true. Your feelings are, right? Like, in other words, your feelings are never actually informative, really, really about reality. You're feeling like this in this instance, but they're always true anyway. You point at them all you want, you got no actual tangible external reason to feel that way, but you just feel it anyway, and it's truer than any actual non-experiential thing could ever be, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, good job, Johnny.
Good job, Johnny.
I wish you all the best in your professional endeavors. I hope you continue to provide us the fruits of your genius.
Me too.
I didn't get the trash bags. That's right. So I keep wanting to come over here and mess the chat, and then I see this. It's like, oh God, there's all these trash cans. Why is this? Why is this? Why is this horribleness? Everything about that scene is horrible. Horrifying. It's like that picture in the meme for you just some dumb joke like my mind is like this, and it shows all these wires and they're just complete cluster fucking disaster. That's what it looks like in my house. Oh. Because Eric, guess what? Somebody just play unbridled without any concern for anything and worry about other stuff later is not a good plan. This is how you end up like this. Oh, but there's no other way to do it. It's like, if you're gonna party, how are you gonna party except by partying? It's like, oh, I got a good idea. You know, it'll be fun. A party, but more prudent. Like, nobody wants to go to the prudency party. Obviously, I don't want to have anything to do with that. Like, oh, it's not better to take an unsatisfying amount of drugs and be like, well, I guess this is kind of a party. It's not better than no drugs at all. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that it's a good idea for Eric to embrace this version of Eric that makes all this mess, but what else are you going to do after 54 years of always being the same? Like, I'm going to be different now. Too late, motherfucker. You're already this way. I guess. All you can do is try to clean up after that fucking ass wipe. Like you're doing right now. I don't know where asswipe Eric went again before it was time to clean up, but once again, he's disappeared out of the room, leaving me to clean up. It's like, it's fine, regular-ish Eric. You're still on a lot of drugs, you could do it. Like, it's your fault, all this, and okay, you win that point. What a horrible, horrible place. If you just look at this, what a horrible sight it is all. It's like this random shit everywhere, nothing put away. These two tables are just here for God knows what reason. Holding things like an aquarium, I mean a pond pump on one of them. Like, why in the world do we need the pond pump on a little round table in the living room? Just look at all these little things everywhere. It's horrible. Like, all these little things. It's like, what are all of these things? They're just horrible little objects that you can't throw away, but you don't really have a distinct thing that they are. Just horrible little objects everywhere I look. Like, one of the worst things about the universe is that this basket can exist. It's full of unspecified things that I don't want to throw away for some reason. Probably a terrible reason. But I don't actually need it all. They go in this basket. We all have one. You know, everybody has a drawer for random little things like that. Well, everybody should try to limit themselves to exactly and at most one such drawer. I've got my whole house is becoming nothing but those drawers. Look at all of this little shit everywhere. Oh, look at all these little things. All those things down there. Horrible. Physical objects, get out of here. I hate you. If I really needed you, you'd have a digitized form. Then I wouldn't have to worry about having a basket full of shit. I just search. What's that? Just ask AI. What's that file that I named some random string of keyboard letters that's kind of about Jason, but really it's kind of more about his wife? What's that one? I'm thinking of AI. And then it brings it up for me. As opposed to, well, I think the vape thing is in this basket, but I won't be able to know for sure till I not just look through the basket, I have to empty the whole basket onto the ground, only to find out the vape thing's not in there. This is the horribleness of physical objects. Just why would anything have that kind of extensive and incomprehensibly user unfriendly interface? Like, physical objects, if you want me to be okay with you, maybe try having a user friendly interface. Here's an idea of batteries. If you want me to like you more, then be the kind of thing where I can ask AI, where are my batteries? And it'll tell me where they are. If you want to be that kind of thing, then I'll like you more. Otherwise, you're the horrible kind of thing. Which is say, I've got a drawer in there that's full of empty packages of batteries. Like for some reason, the boxes never leave the drawer, right? I'm gonna take the battery out, but the box that it came in is staying in there where it belongs.
Mushrooms?
Yeah.
Oh,
You
okay.
didn't know that.
No.
I'm tripping quite hard, in fact, too.
Oh.
I took a little bit more than
No
anything.
wonder. I was like, his eyes are so dilated.
I'm tripping. That's why I can't seem to put a fucking trash bag into a trash can. It's super annoying. How, if I, what trash can do I still not have a trash bag in? This one over here. Okay. Well, somehow I keep circling back to the same problem. Come over here to like sit down or something or chill out or whatever. And I discovered this nightmare. Well, nightmare, it's time for you to be over. I'm gonna wake up from this bad dream because you are no longer going to constantly require attention. Now you're gonna put some of this other trash into you. Get out of here, trash. Okay. Wow. I did it. You want to say, is there something wrong with him? The answer is clearly yes. If you want to articulate what that is, just point to the difficulty I have putting trash bags into trash cans. Also, the difficulty I have pointing the camera at what anything relevant at all. Sometimes I was training and realize for some reason, like, the camera's just looking at that dirty corner or something. Who knows why it got there, how it got there. But when I do see something like that, I try to fix it at least. Like, oh wait, that's not what we're talking about. Let me show you this thing over here instead. I try to be conscious of it. What I obviously don't try to be conscious of is what to do with all these little objects. So, like, which things actually go here, right? This is okay, I guess. It's fine to be around here. This screwdriver does not go here, obviously. So, rolling papers, that's fine. As long as they still have rolling papers in them. I'm not going to keep around empty boxes of rolling papers. So it's fine to have partial glass bottled water, but not two. This coffee cup's kind of unavoidable. Sometimes I put it over here, sometimes blah, blah, blah. I don't really hate myself for that. This does not go on top. It could go underneath usually. Could go up there. It kind of depends on how frequently I'm having heartburn. This thing goes over here. These glasses supposed to just fine for them to be in this area because I really could keep them on me at all times. But I don't. Because I don't pay attention to those physicality stuff, I'm always putting them down thoughtlessly, you know. I'll put them in my pocket now. At least these ones. I don't like to have two pairs of glasses with me at the same time because that defeats the purpose. I only need one of them And then what am I going to do if I can't find my glasses? Well, I need to be another pair someplace else, right? This watch still works fine. It was replaced by the better watch that Rachel got me. It solved the problem that this watch had, which is I couldn't see it in the dark because you put the light on, the hands blended into the back. Design flaw. Still, it works fine as a watch, so what are you going to do with an object like that, right?
Is there toilet paper over there?
Is there toilet paper over
Yeah.
here? Like in this area?
Yeah, I thought that we had some.
No, we don't have any
Okay.
right here. I had for a while a roll of toilet paper that I wasn't sure what to do with because you spilled a drink and it was like.
Oh.
But eventually I said to myself, Eric, you know what? I know this has been you've spent a lot of time thinking about what to do with this roll of toilet paper. I think just go ahead and throw it away. So I did. And maybe I knew then, maybe I'll regret this later, but I threw it away. Seems like I'm, I don't know, hours behind in the chat or something? Weeks behind in the chat, maybe? Uh-huh. All right, now I'm at the front of the chat a little bit, not reading the same thing over and over again. I can't breathe type shit. What's this all about? Dennis Roussis? I don't know what that is. What's this one? Let's find out. Oh, that's a good one. And she started making this thing out of cocaine. I swear to God, it said, eat, sleep. I wanted more from the year than it gave me, but I got a lot from the years it is. More than I've gotten before from a year in terms of progress, development, and growth. You wanted more from the year than it gave you, but you got more from the years it was. Okay. I'm sure that makes sense. INFP sense. But that's kind of sense. That knife could go down here, but it could go. It's like, what is the basket really? Is it a solution or just the problem itself? Like, I've got this stuff right here. Whatever am I going to do with all these little things? If I don't know the answer, then maybe you should go in that basket. Well, I don't know what to do with these Benadryls now. I've decided to rarely take it anymore because I learned that there's a pretty decent link to dementia risk. So, I don't know, I haven't taken this thing to help me sleep, but I didn't know they were going to make me have dementia. Dog bags. Oh, I've got all these little balls here. So, it is the case that none of the bowls that I use in my bong is the definitive winner bowl, right? Like, I'm never going to be 100% pleased with any bowl because implicit to every bowl is it's going to get cloggy. And there's some relationship between, like, it being the right amount of openness at a certain point and then how it gets impacted by clogginess and stuff. But that's not a good reason. First of all, it's not a good reason for me constantly wiping my nose on my shirt. Second of all, not a good reason to have all of these balls here. So like, I get it that no ball satisfies your exacting standards, but accordingly, any one of those balls is just fine because they're all they all have the same fundamental problem. They're not made of stardust or something. Like every ball is gonna have the same problem. It will gather resin. It's gonna change the flow dynamics, etc. Having a different ball, well, let's try this one, is not a good way to deal with that. Also, not getting toilet paper is not a good way to deal with my blowing nose thing. But obviously, I don't pay attention to that stuff. Like, I'm giving as little attention as possible to the fact that my nose is running into blowing nose. I'm not trying to come up with some sort of practical long-term solution to what this fucking problem I shouldn't have in the first place. I'm so fucking done with this snot. Just get out of here, runny nose. I don't like you. Fucking garbage. Just stay in my nose, snot. Like, what could be more frustrating than stupid banal shit constantly requiring you to pay attention to it, and it also having the corresponding thing of like being uncomfortable. I'm trying to make a point here. Like, ill-defined, obviously drug-addled point of some kind. I don't have time to pay attention to snot. It's like, who does have time for that? Who wants to be interrupted by, oh, well, hopefully today, after a visit, my daughter, on the train, hopefully my nose will run some. Nobody ever wants that. So just get out of here. I got my shirt's all wet from snot. Feel like a sad, defeated boy. Oh, fine. Disaster, you win. I guess I'll never be able to clean this place. I just have ever more terrible ways of organizing my chords. What do you think about my new organizational scheme for chords here? My plan is I'm just gonna have a little bit of a haphazard pile there. We're gonna be the best way to access them easily. But I don't have to like look at a drawer or anything. I don't see any downside, frankly. They're more easily accessible. You can obviously tell them apart because they're different colors. There's actually 3 chords there. Black chords, they all count as one. The kind of thing I would do, like see the chords there and go, oh, maybe that's a good way to organize them. Maybe it's better this way. If it is better this way, then I guess I don't have to clean it up after all. Isn't this really, though, how God intended these chords to be? Who am I to impose my artificial human sense of order on these chords? Stop messing with their beautiful, innocent love. This is a terrible XLR cord. Wow. Where did this XLR cord come from? I know I didn't buy this. This is garbage. It's like super flimsy and little teeny. Must have come with something. It must have come with this, I guess. I mean, I'm no gearhead, but even I wouldn't buy this shitty little XLR cord. I know enough to say that's not a good XLR cord. Obviously, I don't know enough to not use it as for whatever I was using it for in my last drug-fueled microphone putting in thing. I just didn't notice. Oh God, you startled the shit out of me. I just didn't notice that it was the shitty one, or that I even had a shitty one until just now. Now that I see how shitty it is, obviously, if I had in front of me a better XLR cable, I would choose the better one. However, it's likely the case also that if I didn't immediately know where a better XLR cable was, I'd just use that one. I'm sure it's fine. Who can? Probably not any difference you can tell in the sound at all. Probably just like just cheaper to make / feels more cheap. Probably doesn't actually impact sound at all. I don't know. What do I know about gear? Close to nothing. That's what I know about gear. What I think about knowing stuff about gear? Get out of here. Gear knowers. You know about gear, so I don't have to. Alright. Now this red cord here, this actually should be, well, it's kind of dedicated to this thing. It can't be plugged in as a status quo because it's not that fancy of a keyboard. Like, if you've got, you either have an XLR, I mean, you either have a 1/4 inch coming out of the out, in which case, the only other way to hear the thing is by having also a 1/4 inch headphones. It's a poor design, but it's again the cheapest way of getting the minimum functionality they're trying to. Like, kind of like for me, the criterion was, does it have an out? Not, can I still listen to it on internal speakers when I'm using the out? I can figure out a workaround that. Even the iPad TE can figure out a workaround for that. Well, especially when you conveniently have a headphone, another 1/4 inch out called headphone, which in theory you could use the total out presumably and bypass the 1/4 inch out entirely. I don't know if putting the headphones in makes the speaker stop playing or not. I've never tried that. Never thought about it before right now. But yeah, it's not the kind of thing I'm into. Like, figure out how to route around these various audio buses. Boo! I still haven't solved my latency issue when I'm recording guitar. And I can never remember how many milliseconds I gotta adjust either after the fact. So, yeah, it's like, get out of here, latency. It's just a problem. It's not like there's anything interesting you can do with latency. It's just either your latency settings are wrong for this, in which case it's a problem, or it's not a problem. I tell you what's a problem. All this little stuff right here. Why am I keeping this? Just throw it away. Why am I keeping this? What is like this? I'm like, well, this looks like the lid of something important, but I have no idea what it's the lid for. Just throw it away. Like, yes, it's a good idea to have a thing where you put little weed stuff, but if you put so much, this looks like an AI generated thing that you put weed stuff in. It's just got such a haphazard mix of redundancy. I don't even have any spots up on the mantle to put things where they're supposed to go. Oh, like this. Where does this go? This is a special tool that I use to clean under my temporary denture. Where does it go? I guess in the bathroom? I don't know. It just goes right around here somewhere. Like it's not even a permanent residence in the house. So why would I have a spot for it? Oh, these pennies. Like, well, what am I gonna do with these? I put them in there. I don't know what to do with them. What am I gonna do with this? Well, again, I don't know what to do with this. This goes somewhere over here. Now, like having a jar of weed is a necessary evil here, and I'm not exactly sure where to put it, but I guess here seems like a good enough place for it. It's generally in the here area. This, these like little pens, the tools like this are very frustrating with weed. I'm using this to clean abstract, scoop or whatever. It becomes immediately encased with gross resin, and then it becomes useless as a tool. Very frustrating. And these things, yes, I might as well reuse them, but I don't really like having them around. This, no matter how many times you pick it up, there's no, there's nothing else is gonna happen with it. It's just you're gonna be stuck with the same quandary. Whoa, what do I do with that? Yeah, I don't know. I still don't know. I didn't know then, and I don't know now. It's important to remember this doesn't represent a good state of a mushroom trip because it's mushrooms plus Adderall. An actual just straight mushroom trip has risks that you bypass by taking it with Adderall. Sometimes if you're just taking mushrooms, you know, you're kind of sleepy, you're not very motivated, not very energized. You never really know what kind of trip you're going to get exactly. Whereas if you take Adderall with your mushrooms, you maximize the parts that I like. Okay, I'm going to do a little hyperventilating to make sure I oxygenate to get ahead of this whole yawning thing. So there we go. Now, whatever you're trying to accomplish with all that yawning, hopefully I've already accomplished it. We can do it, the whole yawning thing. Going back to the subject of problem things, like obviously my jackets have to be somewhere more accessible than like inside our closet when it's cold, because I'm gonna go outside and smoke pretty often. But this kind of phenomenon, I'm sorry, it's just inherently gonna always be an eyesore to me to have all this stuff on here, right? There's no better solution. Not just like we don't have one extant right now. There's not even conceivably any better solution anybody could ever come up with because What I'm really complaining about is physical objects being physical objects. They can't help it. That's what they are. They're just there to take up space and look ugly. Just like I cannot help having my nose run, but I can choose to use toilet paper rather than my shirt. I don't care about using a shirt in theory, except pretty quick my shirt gets all wet and gross, in which case I do care about it. Like this thing. What am I supposed to do with this? This is a jury duty summons. I like jury duty. I would have certainly responded to it if I had gotten it in time. But because I idiotically gave all of my keys to the mechanic and they were stuck in my shed for a long time, we couldn't get it in the mailbox, etc., I didn't get this notification until well after the date. I have an intention to plan to call the court and say, look, I know I didn't respond to this thing, but keep me on the jury summons list. This is not indicative of my lack of interest or intentional avoiding of it or anything. And of course, until I do something with it, I just have to sit here, this pending task, forever. Pending forever. I just in general, let's just keep the very end part of that question and just ask that to people. So, do you like some things and not others? uh, yeah. Pretty sure that's correct. Cool. Yes, we're just taking a poll here. A surprising amount of people actually like everything. So, I was surprised too. Some people also they hate everything, and I thought almost everybody's gonna like some things and not like other things. I was wrong. It's a good general question. Like, like I say, I have. I just have a real quick questionnaire I like to get prospective partners to fill out before I consider dating them. You just answer a couple quick questions. Yes, no stuff like, do you like some things and not like other things? Sometimes for you, is it daytime? Or is it always night? Some people think like, oh no, this is about, lots of people would think this. This is about I guess asking me, am I a day person or a night person? Or like, which part of the sun cycle represents my spirit or something, right? But really, everybody has to live through both day and nighttime. Like, there's not a single person in the world who only exists in one of the two things. Hmm. Diurnal. Are people really actually diurnal? Is that really a distinction even? Oh, these creatures are nocturnal. These creatures are diurnal. Okay, well, maybe owls are nocturnal, because right now they hunt all their mice at in the nighttime. They need to do their work then or whatever. But let's just imagine that owls were better empowered to do their hunting whenever, struck their fancy. Would they actually be nocturnal? Maybe not. Maybe it would depend on the individual owl. Some of them were like, I'm sorry, I like to sleep at night. I like to work during the day. It's when I get my mice. It's when I would like to be able to get my mice. The only reason I'm hunting at night is because natural strengths and such make it such that that's when I'm most likely to catch them. But thanks to capitalism and advancements in technology, I can now do my work as an owl whenever I want, wherever I want. So I don't have to find a field that actually has mice in it or anything. I just take 5 minutes around noon, around 3 p.m. to type these things into my phone, and I get all the mice I want. Nowadays, I rarely am up at night. Some people say owls are the wisest of all creatures. I agree. Take it from me. I'm an owl. Who better to know who the wisest creature is than an owl? Oh, wow. I will say this has been a bit of a Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. Like, you know, hold on a second. What have you been doing the last few hours? Is a question that happens at some point of lucidity when you've done, you're halfway riding the wave of all the drugs you did before you process the fact that you're still trying to process, like, is this enough drugs? And then you're already over here and you go, oh, maybe, well, a little, you know, unrestrained. It's just the price to pay for having fun. Second thoughts later, regrets, bad feelings for dopamine crash, etc. Just the price to pay. Is is it therefore worth it? That's a really difficult question to answer. I mean, it's obviously easier to repeat the same approach than it is to change with anything in life, but it's also the case that when you do things that you already know provide yeah kinds of results, well, you can pretty reliably count on it to do that, right? Like, there's not much that life offers that's as reliably predictable slash good on its word, right? Like, well, I'm a drug. It may be expensive. It may come with various consequences. Here they all are, or whatever. But I do promise to give you this, and I never failed to deliver when when I make that promise, right? It's it's a weird thing to try to integrate into your life. Only if you're thinking about life as something that you have a plan, right? It's an easy thing to integrate into your life if you're just thinking about it as, oh, do I want to have pleasurable experiences? Then sure, it's easy to integrate. But thinking on a different time frame scale, like these kinds of things in life are going to require certain kinds of consistency from me if I want to attain them. And is it possible for me to attain that consistency with this? This probably not. It's indicated like I totally forgot about, overslept, could not have possibly been awake for it because I was so exhausted. An appointment I had with Ruben this morning. Like, I only made it like one day in advance. I couldn't even predict that far in advance whether I'd be up and capable of having this conversation at 11:15 in the morning. Well, that's just obviously you got to make a choice one way or the other. Except that the, all this chaos and the consequences of not being able to have a regular, like people trust you to that you're going to show up for a certain thing or whatever. Uh, and in exchange for what? Well, in exchange for something that's operating in a different time frame. Like in a given moment, I might be feeling like, look, I've been not doing any of that for a long time. I'm looking forward to getting it. I deserve it now. Because that guy is thinking about time frames within the outset, the length of which is like weeks, maybe. Whereas that's not a, you know, you have to be able to understand how you're going to be consistently over time, not as an expression of an unpredictability graph or some kind of like, well, I'll be more or less predictable in these times. I don't know. It's a problem that is going to continue indefinitely because, well, it needs a solution. The solution always is the same, which is denying myself the benefits of it. And there are times when I definitely don't want to deny myself those benefits, slash, which is just maybe just pleasure or whatever. But it's like life's a lot different than it used to be. I see more from my, like, in a given moment, I'm more likely to see the world in a very horrible light, like feel intensely the horribleness of things, or um, these kind of like pragmatic, practical ho hum, but not really feeling feeling it at all, right? Whereas drugs can help remind me that, like, well, it's also, life also includes this. It includes debauchery slash fun time. Not really debauchery because it's just I guess it's kind of debauched, but it's not the, I guess, the degenerate kind of debauchery. Hmm. It's like, hey, I'm gonna be drinking here with these bums in the sewer, but I'm gonna talk about it fancy. That's how you know this isn't what it appears to be. Our room said it was totally alright. That's what. Well, I appreciate his being a good friend. In the situation, if the roles were reversed, I'd obviously say the same thing. But the person who's not so much of a good friend and willing to let it all be cool is this guy right here. Because even in a world where I've evaluated all my choices and would make exactly the same choices and incur the same consequence again, even if that were the case, regardless, even if it were the like a good thing to have done on balance, because of its implicitly bad aspects, I would nevertheless hate myself very much about it, way out of proportion to the actual scope of my crime, because that's how I do things for some reason. You know, for obvious many reasons I could articulate, it doesn't even matter. I think a lot of us understand that. Can relate to the idea of being our own worst critics, you know? Being finding it easier to not think somebody else's thing is a big deal than it is to afford yourself the same grace. I think a lot of people can identify with that. I mean, it's kind of inevitable in part because, you know, everybody's always being told, tacitly or otherwise, there's something wrong with them. They could be more like this. And, you know, in a incorrectly modeled understanding of things, then every human being is just equally somehow capable of attaining all possible virtues and values and should uphold them all to the extent they can. And the best you can do is satisfactory or falling short and everything. Obviously, that's not a good way to look at things. I'll tell you what else is not a good way to do things. Just take a lot of drugs and see what happens. Not a good way to do things in general. It's like it's a weird phenomenon because on the one hand, before I ever took any of the drugs, if I had asked myself, well, how are you going to feel about this later on? Well, the correct answer would be I'd be glad I took all the drugs and be terrified slash dreading the crash, which is not really very informative at all. It's like,
Oh, thanks,
yes, I can understand all the consequences, but probably still do the same thing. Man. Thank you, Acacia. I greatly appreciate it. I'm sorry I didn't say anything. I'm, you know, I blame being on too many drugs. The same thing that, you know, it's like Homer Simpson said. Here's alcohol, the cause of and solution to all of life's problems. Except I don't drink alcohol anymore, so, you know, we gotta find substitutes. I should get a container of just like mixed different drugs and try to have the label on the outside. Alcohol substitute. Obviously, in a world where you drink successfully without any consequences, harms, and predictably know that alcohol will be a reliable and warm blanket good friend forever. Well, I spend a lot of time drinking. But I don't trust that lying bitch anymore. Keeps saying, it'll be fine, Eric. You know, you and me, we get along great. Do we? You don't remember last night, but let me tell you, you were a real hit. You were the belle of the ball. Everybody loved you. Really. Oh yeah. I'm not sure why I don't remember it. Well, you drank quite a bit of me. Well, I guess I did. Who wouldn't when it always turns out so great like this? You know what else I love about this morning? Not only are these rosy memories about last night, something that keep warm my cockles in my heart is forever, really precious memory. But I'm also not hungover at all. I feel great, better than ever. Alcohol, you truly are a wonderful friend, making me make good decisions and not be hungover. If that were the case, obviously, I'd still be drinking. Oh, whatever. I'm just kind of like bored and embarrassed by my own social media ineptitude and lack of good decision making. I drink a bunch of alcohol. Then that way I know the next morning when I go back and look at what I did on my social media and stuff, I know I'll be proud. I am out of cigarettes. That is a significant problem. I'm I I'm assuming I smoked my last cigarette a long time ago. I don't actually remember smoking it. Normally I'd make a note of something like that, but probably on too many drugs. I do believe we got some, but some sizable enough length to smoke, but in the garage, but not a lot of them. Submit your brags. Um, I'm stronger than a trout. One of the things I can brag about. A lot stronger than a trout. One time I had a tug of war with a trout. I beat it easily. Uh, okay, maybe for a little while it looked like he might win, but I'm definitely stronger than a trout. I proved it. I can prove it again. I'm not afraid to put my money where my mouth is. A salmon? Well, look, I'm not going to make any outrageous claims that I can't definitely substantiate. So I'm not going to say anything about my strength to that of a salmon. What I'm going to reiterate is that I'm definitely stronger than a trout. And if you want to call me a braggart, that's fine. I like to call myself an accurate self reporter. Okay, so let's look at the cigarette options, the cigarette situation we have here. So you can see let's just take a stark and honest assessment of things. We've got a few different areas where cigarettes might be. This area over here, where I might be smoking and messing with something on the table or something. Then this general pacing area, where I might throw down cigarette butts. It used to be this was an area too, but doesn't seem to be anymore. So I've got all of these cigarettes to work through. It's always possible as well that sometimes I actually look, but usually it doesn't occur to me that maybe there's part of a pack of cigarettes in some jacket pocket. It's plausible. It would make sense if there were. I don't always. It's like if I have plenty cigarettes, I'm not necessarily keeping track of where that little portion of my cigarettes is, right? So if I had two packs of them at the same time, very conceivable I could forget about one of them and pop go to the jacket or something. At the very least, it's not a story that invites skepticism or incredulity. Now, obviously, verisimilitude isn't going to get any smokes in my lungs. But reasonability is a good, necessary, but insufficient condition to cross to consider doing something like looking for cigarettes in my jacket pocket. I gotta pee like nobody's business. In theory, another place I could look for cigarette butts would be like around outside near the ashtrays because it's like this is up front where I normally go. If I put it in that ashtray, that was filled with water at some point, so none of those butts are salvageable. Oh my god, I got a piece of that. This phenomenon happens also when I'm on drugs. So we'll go from not thinking about whether or not I have to pee to suddenly having to pee super bad because I've been not paying attention to it. I've got a coffee. I did smoke some bit of a bud anyway. I'll leave you guys around here and I'm going to go. Here. There's a cat for you to look at. No, I'm not rubbing one out. I was just peeing and sighing about the challenging contradictions of life that we all face. I was thinking about how Rachel and I might both be good at understanding things and linking that understanding to specifics, but we're terrible when it comes to the negative feelings after dopamine crush. Like the only mean to me out of that is just purely a brain chemistry thing. But both Rachel and I are prone to not actually apply what we know and understand in that context and think that our feelings are linked to something other than just dopamine crush. I just want pee. I think I might have tested the water as far as whether poo was in it or wanted to come out, but I just want to pee. Just want to pee and thought about stuff and sighed and such, I often will vocalize sounds of like satisfaction or whatever when I pee. Often I'll also make up little songs and stuff like, "Oh, you're such a wonderful friend," something like that. I've got a 4 slot relationship with SI, so it's a little bit childish. Oh, that's my wiping my nose. Oh, my shirt again, despite having toilet paper right here. Um, yeah, pack up all time. Thank you, Dr. Red Taco, for the prescription that's necessary in the moment. Sometimes a person can be so caught up in what they're doing they forget to stop and breathe or eat or pull bowls, something really important like that. Well, a helpful friend will stand aside and say, "Now's the time, mister. Take a moment, take a breath. Let's reset. Time to pull some bong rips." You see the mushrooms like doing what they always do, which is mushrooms, I believe anyway. I can't really substantiate this at all, but oh, I dropped the bowl in the trash can and I cannot find it. I'm like, oh, here we go. I thought it was a good idea. I'll just feel around in the bottom of the trash can, all gross stuff, try to find this. Anyway, what was I talking about? The importance of pulling bong rips. It is one of these frustrations. Like, there's no good way to get rid of all the ash and shit from this without making some other surface horrible. I like to pretend that I don't know. I'll just be able to tap it on the side of the trash can. Oh, I'll be in there. No, no, no. Trash can is not nearly robust enough to deal with weed resin. Oh, it's like I try to clean up everything, get everything organized, and the very next second, and this happens every single time. I immediately need to make a mess again of the thing I just cleaned. Like, who am I kidding? Why even bother cleaning up at all? It's just gonna get the same messy again, like instantly. Oh, this is a horrifying tyranny of the sensing world. Like, oh, I'm a messy object. I get dirty all the time. Well, have you considered maybe not getting dirty? Have you considered just like instead of clogging, just not clogging? So I don't have to do all this tippy tap shit all the time? The crazy thing is, this is the best possible optimal solution to the weed problem. There's just no way around it. You're gonna be just constantly dealing with resin, no matter how you smoke weed, unless you only smoke joints, in which case you'll still be dealing with it because it's going to get all over your lips. Unless you get those kind of joints with the extra thing, at that point it's like, what are these, pre-rolls? In which case they're terrible. Or am I going to roll my joints with those weird papers like that? Maybe, but I mean, that's not a good solution. Oh, here's the solution to the weed horrible resin problem. Always and only smoke joints with those little things on the end. That's not a good solution because I don't want to only smoke joints all the time. And the best way to smoke weed is through a bong. Is there some way that we could structure this that it doesn't get all horribly clogged with resin all the time? No. There is no solution. It's like shipworms. The best you could do is crease out the shit out of a big Douglas fir pine and hope it lasts for a little while. This is the best solution we have for bong resin is just being a regular bong and not having a bunch of weird curly Q shit in it. That hardly seems like a solution at all. In fact, it's not. It's just a continuation of the same problem. It would be fine if I cleaned out this whole thing and then I smoked bongers for a week and I was like, it's getting all cloggy or something. That'd be fine. I cleaned the shit out of this and like three bong rips in, it's clogging already. You just, you gotta be kidding me. Is this the, is this the just unavoidable reality of smoking weed in a bong? I guess it is. Right, at least I didn't spill the bomb in a nuclear meltdown. Sometimes when we spilled the bomb around here, it has smelled like horrible bong water for days and days and days afterwards. And I try to like put the stuff down. I'm not really exactly sure what the spill was. It was horrible. Yeah. From time to time, you go shake the baggie with the dirty sidecar around. You never have to do a freaking task right before you want to pull reps. Are you talking about ways to avoid your bong clogging or ways to implement a 1950s private dick novel? Teabag says, I lost a sandwich from earlier, a sub sandwich. I got high and then it was gone. Maybe you ate it. Like, this happens fairly often. Like, where did I put that other pack of cigarettes? Oh, they're going to trash. Oh, you smoked them all. That's where you put them. And your lungs and then in the trash. Oh, I need to read your messages chronologically, huh? Listen, I'm tired of your tyranny of if I have to read your sentences in order to understand them. I can read them whenever I want. The cat's fine. Cat's good. Cat just when it sleeps, it sometimes he sleeps in really weird ways I can't conceive of anybody sleeping like with his face directly into the carpet and stuff. I don't know why he sleeps like that. I am not related to Hunter S. Thompson, and although I do have commonalities with him for sure, we are the same personality type. We do share, obviously, enthusiasm for drugs, but I disagree with his central thesis, which is you do better art on cocaine than amphetamines, which is factually false. Terrible misconception. etc. Just indicative that he didn't know how to edit properly after, like, that editing your amphetamine stuff is part of an amphetamine thing too. Like, you got to tweak out on editing too. Obviously, both cocaine and amphetamines can result in endless amounts of pages of stuff that's just garbage because it's so effortless to generate words in those conditions. But but it's not the case that cocaine's a better thing to make art on than amphetamines. I'm sorry. You're more likely to engage in some kind of self deception with cocaine than maybe more than so than any other drug in the world, probably. Certainly, amphetamines have their own kind of. I'm riding the wave of my own delusion in the moment, but still a better thing to make art on than cocaine. Randy's with The Wire. I'll also say how much I read that. No, but you could have a couple of sidecars and then clean one or two ready to go. Then you just let the dirty one sit in alcohol, salt, solution, whatever. A sidecar, you're gonna put. Are you talking about like the like substitute bong? You have a rotation where you have one bong that you're using, the other one's in some kind of toxic bath to that attempts but only sort of successfully gets rid of bong resin. Speaking of amphetamines, bath salts are not snortable, trust me. Well, um, not all forms of amphetamine are, what's that term they use for it? Insulflate? Some kinds of forms of drugs, you can consume them when they pass a membrane. Others, for example, have to go through your liver or whatever. So sometimes the reason something's not snortable is because they're purposely trying to make it unabusable. And sometimes it's because it's just the nature of the drug. I'm not sure which kinds of amphetamines. I don't know anything about really the chemistry of delivery systems for amphetamines, except that the ones I consume can be are optimally delivered via like sublingual. It's exactly the same essentially as snorting it, but it's not stupid and painful. Like there's no good reason to snort crushed up Adderall at all. There's not really even any good reason to snort, say, meth. Just put it under your tongue. It's the same thing. But I get doing like hot rails. It may be not an inherently better delivery system to do hot rails, but I still get the appeal. And it probably is an inherently better delivery system to do hot rails. Nothing. That's like the pinnacle. If you if you're in somebody's basement doing hot rails and meth, like snorting up a line and blowing up a big cloud of smoke, it's fair to say in that moment to yourself, self, you have arrived. Doesn't get much better than this. I don't even need to know what I'm doing or talking about or anything. I can't believe that I can snort a line of meth and blow out a cloud of smoke. Who invented this genius notion? I am so impressed by the tweaker who thought, you know what? I think we get the temperature and everything just right. I think this might work. we're going to get this glass tube white hot on this end. Make sure you hold it on this end and make sure the glass tube is long enough that you're not going to get burned, okay? And then I want you to go ahead and try to snort that line with the hot end of this thing first. Let's see what happens. It's like, at least some of the time in this hypothetical experiment, the person just in snorts molten meth that's not reached the smoking point yet. Just destroys their sinuses with miserable terror. I mean, pain, before eventually it will, the pain will go away when you, after you snort stuff. But sometimes it's like, oh, I am in agony for 15 or 20 minutes. Why did I snort that? I'm in so much agony that even it's, it's like it's hard for me to pay attention to the wonderful high from snorting it because it was so painful. Well, I've got a good solution for you. If you do it right, exactly, hot rails are a lot less painful to your sinuses. Now, if you get it a little bit wrong, then it's very painful to your sinuses. More painful than just a regular line, if you can imagine that. But that's just incentive not to get it wrong. Divulge the hot rails to eat. I mean, the key thing is you got to balance the factors of length of tube and heat. Like essentially, you got to do it right away after you take the fire away from the tube. If you let it sit there and get red instead of white hot, then you run the risk of inhaling or snorting molten meth into your sinuses, which you don't want to do. That's painful as hell. I mean, still kind of like a good kind of pain, like, ah, but if you get do you gotta do it right away when they take the torch away from the thing. And obviously, you have to sort of ideally you have like four of these tubes that you rotate like crops cycles because if you keep using the same tube, the heat will start getting more and more towards your fingers and where you put your nostril. You don't want your nostril to be heated up by this end of the tube at all, obviously. This end needs to be cold, while this end needs to be super hot. So if you keep using the same tube, then you're gonna obviously have a problem pretty soon because the heat won't just stay down there at the bottom, it'll go up higher to where your nose is. So ideally you got like a couple of them, so let that one rest for a bit. Also, you can't use the tube infinite amount of times because obviously when you fire up the end of it super hot like that, it kind of mushies the glass a little bit. So be prepared to go through some tubes when you're doing this, and make sure you got the right length tube too. You don't try to do it with too short of a tube. That's basically what I'm saying. Get a nice long tube. Using the multiple tubes is like future you. I mean, multiple tubes is I'm just saying, if you happen to have multiple tubes around, and you might as well just use the next one while you're waiting for this one to return to its default state. Probably you don't have that setup. And so probably you're just gonna have to wait a little while before doing it again. While your tube returns as close to possible as to default again. mean, there's a whole lot of art and science to maintaining a meth pipe too. Like if you have a if you start off with like say a good quality meth pipe, which is let's say thick glass, um, but obviously not too thick because you need the temperature to dis. You don't want it to be like the temperature goes where now it's getting hotter, getting hotter. Now it's at the hot enough point, and now I stopped playing flame. And it keeps getting hotter for a little while, and it takes a while to cool down. You don't want it like that at all. You want it to be very responsive to the heat. But you want to keep that responsiveness with as thick a glass as possible because if no matter what, you're gonna it'll go from functioning correctly to just eating speed and producing nothing after a certain amount of time. So a weird phenomenon like if you've got a pitted pipe, you could put uh, some pieces of fresh meth in there. And let's say if it was a good pipe, a fresh new pipe, that thing would be a bowl that you'd smoke all day today and tomorrow and whatever. And if you put it in a pitted pipe, it'd be like, I was trying to smoke this and what happened to all that weed? Where did it go? Like, where's the smoke even? What happened here? It's weird. I have no understanding, no possible conceivable hypothesis as to why or how this happens. But if you get an old pipe that's, especially if you cleaned it with a torch a bunch of times, in general, you shouldn't clean a pipe with a torch if you want to preserve the pipe's longevity. All of that is insane though, because just get more pipes, obviously, or blow your own pipes if you want to just be cheap about it. Get the little things and blow with a torch. That's fine, but it's never a good idea to direct a lot of attention to meth pipe upkeep because its fate was the same as every other's. Over time, it will get pitted, and then you should get rid of it as quickly as possible, or otherwise, you're just going to eat your speed. And you're going to be like, what happened to my speed? Why didn't it do anything? What's going on here? Words of wisdom to, to curious young people about how to smoke meth. Race car backwards is a potential accident on the track. That's a pretty good joke. Um, Tater sauce is rad. A dab, a do ya. I definitely think many things are worth less than the time and energy it takes to maintain them. Right. You can see the difference in a meth pipe and, let's say, a bong because the bong will continue to be useful forever. It'll just get its periods of uselessness because you don't clean it, it gets all cloggy, right? But it doesn't get any worse at its job in ways that aren't cleanable. Whereas a meth pipe, even if you maintain it perfectly, you're just slowing its inevitable progress into something that fundamentally does its job less well than it once did. So there's absolutely no point in putting much energy into maintaining them, especially when it's fairly low cost to have more pipes. There are certainly low cost ways to do that. But tweakers gonna tweak out on shit. Some tweakers like to tweak out on like lovingly cleaning their meth pipe. So in general, when you're smoking meth, if you want to care at all about your pipe, also everything, you never touch this to the glass part. It's just slightly below it, right? If it touches the glass, you'll know immediately because it gets all black all over everything. And if you, it's like a little like sort of tweaker cue. Breakers who don't do a good job of keeping the flame the right distance, like I often didn't, well, they need somewhere to wipe the black stuff off of their pipe. So where do they wipe it? Right here on their socks. So if you want to check to see if somebody's a regular meth smoker, look for those black things all over their socks. I mean, not only do they smoke meth, but they aren't very good at flame control. So it's also, in general, better for the pipe if you don't let the flame touch the glass. It lasts a little longer. But most importantly, you need it to be clear so you can see what's going on with the speed. If it's all black from your, then you have to wipe that shit off. And when you smoke it, you need to get it just like ideally you get it just the right temperature. So basically, you get it the flame going just until it hits the smoking point. It's melted and starts hitting the smoking point. Then you roll it back and forth on the hot glass so that no part of the meth gets burned. And you can taste it clear as day when you burn your meth. It's unavoidable. Your meth is going to get burned through this process of smoking it. Just the better you are at smoking it, the less quickly and less totally it gets burned. That's why you see that whole thing where it's like holding it and then roll, and they're smoking it. Because they want that when this thing recongeals back into crystals rather than just being this liquid pool of smoky thing, they want it to be as close to the original form as possible, like with a few like impurities that come through, I guess, burning it. That's why they go through all that stuff to when you think like, why do you have to do all of this stuff when you're smoking something? Like you don't have to do that with weed, you just light it on fire and smoke it. Well, it's because you're trying to walk this very careful balancing act between I need this to be hot enough so that it produces smoke, but I want it to be right on that razor's edge. So just hot enough to produce smoke. If it gets a little bit too hot, then bad things happen that I don't like. So, well, of course, that's a good way to destroy a pipe too. Is if you burn some meth onto it badly enough, just fucking throw it in the trash. There's no cleaning that shit off. You could technically get it clear again by torching the shit out of it, but torching a pipe to clean it makes it pitted, and that leads to the phenomenon of mystery pipe that eats speed and does nothing somehow. Like, how can it possibly be the case that this speed, which if it gets a certain temperature, produces smoke, that if it's in a bad pipe, all of a sudden it just defies all laws of physics and just like doesn't make smoke and disappears or something. I don't know what the mechanism could possibly be, but it is 100% the case that old pipes will eat your meth. Pitted pipes will eat your meth. Don't ever clean your pipe with a torch. Just if it needs to be, I mean, the thing is, you inevitably do clean your pipe with a torch sometimes, but like do as little of it as possible. Sometimes it gets all black on the inside. I'm talking about the outside. Well, you shouldn't really throw it away and get a different pipe. But for some reason you insist, go ahead and torch it a little bit to get rid of that black stuff. Obviously, you can't pack a new bowl with that stuff in there. But be aware that you're just in turning the hands of time forward to when that pipe will eat all your speed. This is why I snort meth. Never smoked it. I have asthma, most likely COPD. Well, do you get COPD by not smoking things? Then they gotta be learning about meth pipe minutes. Yeah, well, it's interesting. It's like not something I talk about very often, but if why, it's like, what's the point of having all of that knowledge if I don't actually occasionally say, oh, now you add, this is how the whole thing works a little bit. I don't know. It's not like I can use the knowledge of myself anymore, really, because I'm not going to get any math. So I'm having to land in my lap. I suppose I would. Well, I suppose I definitely would smoke it, but I would. I don't. So I wouldn't even really be happy that it fell out of it. If I wanted, I could get it, but that's too ugly a situation. It's like the problem isn't even the math per se. It's just it's almost impossible to do it in a sustainable way because even if you were to somehow just take it first thing in the morning, it lasts a long time. You still wouldn't get to sleep at a regular hour. And it's not likely you're going to take it like that. Like, I'm going to take it first thing in the morning and then again tomorrow or something. You're much more likely to be hitting it throughout the day, smoking that sweet, sweet pipe. And before you know it, it's like, wait a second, is it 3 a.m. 2 days from now? What the fuck have I been doing this whole time? Have I really been arguing with this guy online about this thing for fucking 3 days? What is going on here? So it's a little bit hard to manage, Kirkler. But your way is going to make it much more manageable, Teabag. Smoking it is, it's like just a guarantee that you're not going to adhere to any SI regularity. Like, there's no way in hell that I'm going to sustainably and to good effect have my morning meth smoke, put the pipe away for the rest of the day. It just doesn't work like that. For me, anyway. That's why, when I'm on prescription speed, it's not perfect, but it's got fewer of the downsides of meth than meth does for me. Sure, meth is glamorous. It's a sexy mistress. It just this glass crystal things that you go, ooh, that looks clean. And you put it in the pipe and you watch it melt. That's how you test it, right? The only way you really know whether what you're getting is any good, you gotta melt it. See it hit that smoking point. Always blow out the first hit of smoke from any speed because most meth is not 100% pure. And by and large, the impurities will be burned away first. So always blow out the first bit of smoke from every crystal of speed that you melt for the first time. But you can tell when you melt it without ever smoking it, you can see clearly that it's real and good or something else. Because speed melts in a very characteristic, unique way and then comes back together again at a certain pace. Like, you can reliably know that after this thing is melted, when I stop applying flame, it's going to recrystallize it into a thing, a solid thing, at this like this long after, you know? There's a lot of ways that people, there are a lot of things that people can give you that look a lot like math, but that's the best way to test anything is nothing but math burns, smokes, melts, recrystallizes, etc. like math. It's this ultra optimized thing in terms of its solid or liquid. You know, it's obviously some things turn liquid at a lower temperature than others, you know. Like if this coffee cup turned to liquid at the same temperature that meth does, it wouldn't be good at holding coffee. It might melt under the stress of its job. Teetering on the verge of liquidity, the crystal meth crystal has a very low boiling point. I guess that'd be a melting point, huh? Seems like it's like melting point must be like right next to its boiling point or something. That's why you have to be at just this much fire, but it quickly take it away. You're trying to hit that sweet spot between melting point and boiling point, I guess. I don't know. I'm just speculating. What I know about sciencey stuff, like chemistry stuff. I hate chemistry. I don't know anything about it, but I can speculate about things. Like maybe it's this. Well, maybe it's rabbits. Could be rabbits. You thought about that? No matter how many times I do this dance, the reality, the hard, cold reality remains. I do not have cigarettes. Instead, I have the absence of cigarettes. Meth is too hardcore for you too. Prescription speed is a godsend. I'd have such a hard time without it. I mean, I find prescription speed a mixed bag, you know, for me. I bet it would be very helpful and I'd appreciate it a lot if I took it as prescribed or something. It seems like I never have, never will, no matter what, no matter how much prescription I got, I would never take it as prescribed. Like maybe day one, like I'm gonna be virtuous this month. I'm just gonna take the prescribed amount today. Well, fast forward to day 6. I'm popping 5 or 6 of them. And I need a little bit more because, you know, I'm trying to be super up and everything, but I haven't actually slept. So it kind of can make me a little bit irritable sometimes. So take all these Adderalls, but also take the mushrooms because that'll help you be cheerful no matter what. Well, that's a great idea for a stopgap solution. But the thing is, Eric, really, we're not looking for a stopgap solution. Is that you want a position like, listen, everybody, drop everything, emergency. We need to focus on how to get us right now through this gap here. And we can worry about afterwards. Right now, this is critically important. What combination of drugs can we get into Eric so that he's still rolling high and feeling great everything? Okay, well, we've solved that problem there, job site administrator. Okay, now what? Well, that's it. Our job is done. But what happens afterwards? That's somebody else's department. Rachel's upset, understandably crying because she's um in dopamine crash. This is the downside of the whole thing, you know. Let me go comfort her some. You okay, darling? I love you. Anywho, how's it going? What's up? Man and Ed. Nobody did any math today, no. I was just I was just talking about it. You know, I could excuse you thinking that maybe I did, because I certainly have been very sprungish, uh, charitably sprungish, uncharitably sprung, but I'm not any meth. I'm just on meth light Adderall, plus a sprinkling of psychedelics for good measure. Who needs meth when you got many milligrams of Adderall and mushrooms? Okay, so I'm just this one of the things that makes me really mad at myself is I'll see this like long butt. There it is. And I realize I stepped on it at some point. Doesn't matter how beautifully enticing the butt looks. If I stepped on it, forget about it. It's not any good to smoke. Like, okay, Eric, I'm fine with you throwing butts on the ground on the premise that I'll pick them up later and or maybe finish smoking this butt later. That's fine. I'm okay with that. But that comes with some responsibility. Don't step on the good cigarette butt. But it was dark outside. I couldn't see where I was stepping. Well, then turn on the lights. When you decide to throw the cigarette butts on the ground, you accept that you are obligated to not step on them because you're preserving them on there on the ground for you to smoke later. If you're going to step on them, then you're going to have to set them down someplace other than the ground. Okay, so that's, I accept that fair critique and demerit on my record. That it's reasonable expectation of myself that I don't step on cigarette butts that I might smoke later. But when I do, I just take my punishment in lumps like I should. You didn't really time that teabag, do you? I mean, it's like the couple seconds of hitting this little butt doesn't even feel like it satisfies the urge to go outside and have a cigarette at all. These butts are too small. If I could find a longer butt, in theory, it could satisfy me for a little while. God damn it. I wish I were less clean about cigarette butts, frankly. I'm pretty meticulous about Not like throwing them wherever. They pretty reliably center around ashtrays and stuff, but that makes for slim pickings. Wait a second. You know what I haven't looked in is the mini. There's probably some butts in here that are worth smoking. Like this is a good one. Look at this one. Oh boy, that's a fat one. Let's reserve this for a special moment in a little while. I don't want to smoke it without a beverage, is basically what I'm saying. It's such a special occasion. I don't want to smoke it over there either because that's not where I usually stand. Also, I don't feel like I'm quite ready to be outside because it's colder than I expected. So let me fully prep to enjoy every last delicious pop up of this cigarette butt. That means a hat. Sure. Let's go ahead and accept the reality that it's that cold. So cold that you don't have just one jacket, but an over jacket as well for extra warminess. All right, well, I'm not going to feel too cold outside now. And I also want to prep this whole occasion by getting all the snot out of my nose so that it's not interfering with my wonderful experience outside. I'd like to also get out any last yawns that I'm trying to get that I have to have for some reason. Just get them out of the way right now. Okay, I've got my cigarette butt. I've got yes, I got a lighter. I've got my beverage. That's the key element here. My beverage. Now let's go outside and enjoy it. One of the ways I can tell like I'm whacked out is not exactly sure this happened this time, but a phenomenon where I go to smoke bowls, but I can't ever smoke more than one bowl because I'm too distracted by whatever I'm thwacking on. If I can only ever smoke one bowl at a time, then I know I'm fully thwacked on, you know. What is not a test I use in the moment to, I don't know, be like, how thwacked am I? Because obviously, if I'm thwacked enough that I can only smoke one bowl in a sitting, then I'm also probably too thwacked to say, stop, let's take a step back, have a contemplative moment where I evaluate how thwacked I am. I'm too thwacked to pull more than one bowl in a sitting. I'm too thwacked for that. It's like, yawns are this weird economy to them. Well, you can have yawns that are incomplete, right? Like you try to get this feeling of the completed yawn, but it never comes. You have completed yawns that are very, finally I got that itch that this yawn was trying to scratch. but only have to yawn again the very next second. You know what? I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to pay attention to this cherished gift from God, this long cigarette butt. Relatively long. I mean, in lean times like this is a luxury cruise of cigarette smoke. You might be like, wait a second, did this stream resume? Why even bother? I thought it was over. Well, my phone died. When I charged up again to open it, obviously I figured I might as well just come in here and formally close things out.